Good morning and welcome, everyone. We're going to give us a second as all of our participants join. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. We'll get started in just a second as everybody kind of comes into the webinar. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right. Welcome, everyone. Looks like we still have some folks joining. We'll go ahead and let everybody get in the webinar room. I see folks have found the chat. Good morning, everyone. We'll give us a couple more minutes for everybody to join on in. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. All right. Looks like we've got a full crowd here today. Good morning, everyone. We will go ahead and kick us off and get us started. So thanks everyone for joining today for our first mandatory info session for the Generation 27 Open Enrollment Charter application. We're excited that you're here. We're excited that you've joined us today. We're gonna go ahead and kick things off. So we're gonna start with some introductions from our team. I am Marian Shetty. I'm the director of the Charter School Authorizing and Administration Division here at TEA. We are the team at TEA that oversees everything related to charter schools. So if there's a question about charter schools, we either know the answer or we're the people who can find the answer for you. So we're really excited to kick off our Generation 27 application process and that you're with us. And I'm gonna take a second to introduce our wonderful team on the line. Have them come off, say hi to everybody. Drew Ann Wise.
Good morning. I'm Drew Ann and I am the New Schools Team Manager. Thank you for joining us today.
And I am John Garland. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see some familiar names.
Hi, I'm Natalie Elliott. I'm also New Schools Coordinator. Welcome today.
So that's our New Schools team and myself here. And we're gonna have lots of folks from other TEA divisions join us today to share some really helpful content as you start to learn about charter schools and the application process, and hopefully help you kind of kick off your application development process with a bang. So we're starting off with welcome and introductions this morning. We'll go into a brief overview of our charter school portfolio. We'll have a time for break, and then our team is going to go into kind of a really deep application overview. And you'll see here that we have time for Q&A kind of dispersed after each section. So you make sure you're taking notes and jotting down your questions, and so we'll be able to kind of answer all of those. And then we'll go into an overview of our financial plan workbook. We'll have more time for Q&A. We'll go into lunch. And then, so that's this morning's agenda. And then in the afternoon, after lunch, we'll all come back together. And we'll hear from Arnold Alanese about our charter school program grant. We'll take another quick break. We'll have some folks from our special populations team come and talk to us this afternoon. We'll have folks from our high quality instructional materials team. And then we'll have time for closing, and then we have some extra time for Q&A with our team at the end. I'm going to hand it off to John and Natalie now to do a quick plug about our info sessions and some other exciting support opportunities that we are going to be kicking off also as well.
Thanks, Marian. We just wanted to highlight the new applicant supports that we're going to be offering this cycle. In response to data from previous cycles applications, we've decided to offer optional support seminars to address common mistakes and misconceptions often seen in submitted applications. We're also offering open Q&A time with the New Schools team nearly every Thursday afternoon, barring agency holidays and other offsite obligations, which begin October 7th. I'll discuss these opportunities in more detail in our application overview presentation.
All right, so I'm going to go into kind of a brief overview of charter schools in Texas, our authorizing office, and just give you some kind of information to ground in what the background of charter schools here in Texas. So we are the Division of Charter School Authorizing and Administration. And so the authorizing office, we have kind of this multi-purpose function and role for our team. So one of the things that we kind of focus on through our application every year is to expand the Texas charter school portfolio by approving high quality applicants to launch high quality schools. And you'll hear this from us throughout this process. And ultimately, we want schools to launch as A and B rated schools here in the state of Texas. That is our ultimate goal. So everything through this process is designed for that to kind of occur. And all of our criteria, our evaluation is really aimed with that goal. Are the schools that the commissioner recommends for approval, will they launch as A and B rated schools? So another function of our office is to provide leadership guidance and support to all state authorized charter schools. And we do this through a number of ways. And we're trying to kind of implement and embed leadership guidance and support through our authorization process as well. Our office also renews, approves expansion or replications, does non-renewals or revocations as well too, as necessary. And then we also monitor the legal requirements and performance of schools. So really everything from beginning, middle, and end, if necessary, related to charter schools. So in Chapter 12 of the Texas Education Code, when the law was passed, the legislature set out kind of these 5 purposes for charter schools in the state of Texas. First and foremost, to improve student learning. Ultimately, we want charter schools in Texas to be able as a high quality option for students. Second was to increase choice opportunities in the public school system. So do parents have a choice of where they can choose to send their child, whether that's a decision they may make based on performance or maybe school design or innovative model. But really, do parents have choice in the system of where they want to send their children? Third is to create professional opportunities to attract new teachers. And we know this every year that many of you who are interested in starting charter schools are former school leaders, former teachers, or current teachers even, and current school leaders who are interested in designing and launching their own new school. And so charter schools give us an avenue and a method to be able to do that as well. Fourth is to establish a new form of accountability. We'll talk a little bit about this, but really the premise of charter schools is kind of this exchange of autonomy for increased accountability. So the freedoms to do new and different things while being held to the bar of what's in the charter school contract. And lastly, to encourage different and innovative learning methods. And so some of you may have been through this process before and know that our SBOE members are always looking for what's innovative about your school. And so really one of the purposes of the law is to ensure that we have different and innovative learning methods and models for students to attend and to experience as well. So I'm going to walk through a brief kind of historical timeline of charter school laws here in Texas. So in 1995, the 74th legislature passed the Texas Charter School Law and established kind of our initial cap of 120 schools. And then the following year, the State Board of Education awarded the first charter schools in the state of Texas. And then those schools began serving the first students in 1997. So you can see in Texas, charter schools have been around for quite some time and are part of the fabric of public schools here in the state. And then 2001, Universities and four-year colleges were allowed to establish schools. And then in 2009, junior colleges were also given that privilege as well. And then in 2013, Senate Bill 2 was passed during the 83rd legislative session. And that kind of shifted the authorizing authority to the Commissioner of Education. And it also did a number of other things related to performance and some other components of the law, and really brought us to the law of where we are today in terms of how we authorize schools, how and set the standards of what we're looking for performance as well. And it also, in that performance, kind of established our mandatory default closure law for schools that just aren't meeting the bar right away. And so one of the ways that we make sure that schools meet the bar right away is through the application process, which you're here to learn about today. So it also expanded our cap to 305. And so gives us lots of room to open new schools here in the state as well too. So there's two pieces of information that you're going to want to become deeply familiar with as you're going through this process. As unfun as it is, we recommend that everyone visit Chapter 12 of the Texas Education Code, Subchapter D. This is all of the law that governs the open enrollment charter schools, of which you're applying, and kind of the rules that will apply to those schools. It also references other components of education law that apply to charter schools in Texas. And so when it does reference those, you'll want to take a look at those chapters as well today. Not today, but at some point in time. And then the next item is our rule, which is our Texas Administrative Code. And so the law allows the Commissioner of the Texas Education Agency to make rules that govern how we engage with charter schools. And so Chapter 100 features lots of detail around how we operationalize and work with schools. And so we really recommend, we know it's not very fun reading, but we do recommend that everybody take a look at both of those and have an understanding of the how and the what. Gives you lots of little details of everything that you need to know as a future charter school leader as well. So let's talk a little bit about the portfolio here in Texas. So 6.7% of Texas public school students choose to attend charter schools. And so we will have 175 charter LEAs. This is our subchapter D charter schools that are open right now. So that's 14.4% of LEAs here in the state. And those 175 LEAs operate 795 campuses across the state. And so, which is 8% of all campuses in the state of Texas here. And last year, in the 2020 snapshot, they served 361,894 students. So really coming in at almost 7% of public school students here in Texas are choosing to attend charter schools. So what does this look like in terms of who those operators are? And you'll see here that a majority of our charter schools manage fewer than 6 campuses. So often we kind of hear those big names that many of you might be familiar with, but most of our operators are kind of in that small or standalone section. And so that's how many of you on this call will start out. And so over time, those successful schools have, made the decision to grow and serve more and more students. But you'll see that the depth and breadth of most of our portfolio is those small and standalone operators. And so as you begin this process, you're in good company across the state. With folks who are kind of going to have the same experience as you, who've had the same experience, who will know what it's like to go through the application process, know what it's like to run schools of, that are small and just starting up as well. And so we, through our optional info sessions, are going to have some of those leaders come in and talk to folks about kind of some of those topics and areas of like community engagement, for example, so that you're going to be able to hear from folks who have experienced this process and who have really will have the same similar experiences to you here in the coming years. So over time, and this is something that we're really proud of, that the performance of the charter school sector continues to improve. And so we ultimately want to make sure that charter schools are serving students in the best way possible, right? So our students in charter schools receiving high quality education. And so the metric that we use for that here at the Texas Education Agency is our academic accountability system. Here in Texas, we award A, B, C, D, and F letter grade ratings. And so you'll see here at the top that dark green represents our A-rated charter school LEAs and campuses, and the light green B, the yellow C, and then the orange D, and that deep orangish red F. And so as you can see over time, not only are we increasing the number of A and B campuses, but we're also decreasing the number of D and F campuses. And so ultimately, we see the application process as a way to add to that A and B column, and that those green and dark green areas. And ultimately, we want through this process to be able to launch high quality schools. So I think there's a couple of things that we want to highlight about our charter school portfolio here in Texas as well. So charter schools in Texas serve higher percentages of minority students than our traditional districts. They enroll almost 6% more Black students and almost 10% more Hispanic students than our traditional ISD schools. And our charter schools here in Texas also serve higher percentages of economically disadvantaged students than our traditional districts as well. So they serve 10% more economically disadvantaged students, 10% more English language learners, and ESL students. And then where we differ a little bit is around special education. And so we're looking at how we can make sure that special education students also have strong access and supports to charter schools as well, if they choose to attend them. And one other interesting thing is that we see our charter schools also employ a higher percentage of minority teachers than our traditional districts as well. So that's something that we're looking at in terms of, do our students have access to teachers who are from the same backgrounds as they are? And so we see that kind of correlation in charter schools. And then one area where we do see that difference is that we have charter schools typically have teachers who might have fewer years of experience, but right there on par with our advanced degrees with traditional ISDs. And so we have newer teachers coming into the workforce in charter schools. And one of those reasons is that charter schools tend to attract teachers who might be newer or also might be entering the education field for the first time as well too. So I'm going to spend some time on this because, and I know Joanne and John and Natalie are really going to dive into the meat of our application and our application process. But first and foremost, just want to say, this is kind of the first step for us to engage with you, get to know you as you begin on a potential journey to become a charter school here in the state of Texas. And so we manage a rigorous application process. And I think want to make sure that everyone has that flag and kind of understanding of what we're looking for, what this process looks like, and ultimately why we've set it up and structured it in that way. So first and foremost, through our application process, we review applications against a minimum standard. We look for eligibility, completeness, plagiarism. We want to make sure that we're just kind of, all of our applications kind of meet our minimum floor and bar. And then we'll talk a little bit about this later as well, but we have a panel of external experts in charter school authorizing that review the applications. Applications have to receive a minimum score of 85% of available points to advance. John and Natalie are going to talk a little bit more about what does that look like, how does that calculated. And then here at TEA, we're also doing staff reviews of the remaining applicants prior to capacity interviews. So our team, as well as other teams at the agency, spend a good amount of time with the applications as well, reading them in depth and preparing and answering questions. So we not only do our experts, our external experts review them, but we do internally as well across the agency. And then those applicants who receive that minimum score of 85% participate in a capacity interview. And so we conduct capacity interviews where we really spend time asking questions of applicants to make sure that we have the full understanding of whether or not they meet the criteria. Ultimately, we've laid all that out of what we're looking for in our criteria. And John and Natalie are going to dive into that with you too. But everything that we're looking for is in there. And so we spend the time in the capacity interview making sure we have a full understanding of whether or not you know and understand the criteria. And that's all designed so that we can evaluate whether or not you'll launch as a high quality A and B rated school when you open. And then the commissioner makes a determination around which charter schools applications to approve. So he takes all of this into account, the external review, the capacity interview, our internal review here at TEA, and makes a recommendation. And then the State Board of Education will take action to either veto or no action to approve the charter proposals. And so we'll have in the Generation 27 application process, we'll know that that will take place in June. You'll see all of those dates and timelines outlined in the application. But this is the kind of the most public facing component and part of our application process. And then for those applicants who receive that approval, we review their applications. We go through a contingencies period in order to make sure any issues are addressed. And then we award contracts to operate. And so this process serves kind of, you'll see the image on the left kind of as a funnel, but at every stage, kind of the process gets smaller and smaller, where we're looking for those folks who are able to meet our rigorous bar. And so I want to kind of end on this note, not as a way to scare you, but to really have set up expectations of the process. And so since 2013, over those application cycles that we hold yearly, just 13.4% of charter applicants have been approved here in Texas. And so I want to make sure that everybody understands the process of what we're looking for and as you begin this journey. But we've set up lots of information and resources and support to get you through that journey as well too. Natalie and plugged kind of our info sessions, our office hours. You're going to see some new features in the application this year. I'm not trying to steal their thunder for what they're going to present, but we want to make sure that we're holding that rigorous bar, but that you have every opportunity and avenue in order to be able to demonstrate that you can meet that bar. Because ultimately, what we are entrusting you with when we grant you a charter contract is the education of Texas students. And that's something that we don't take lightly. And so these are the children of parents who want what's best for their kids, want them to have a great education. And we want that for them as well too. And so, through this process, that's ultimately designed to make sure that these schools launch as successful as possible. And not only from an academic stance, but also in terms of being really good stewards of public dollars. And so having really strong financial practices and then being governed as well. So we'll look for governance and operations and your organizational structure as well too. And so all of that goes into this bar and kind of is this reason why we have this approval rate where it is. And you'll see there in the footnote that we have one of kind of the most rigorous processes kind of in this comparison point amongst kind of the large authorizers in the country. And so this is something that we take very seriously, and we make sure that, you know, all of our schools can launch as successful as possible. So we are going to kind of go into a little bit of our first break, give you guys a chance to stand up, stretch, check an email, take a call if you need to. And then John and Natalie are going to kick us off into our application overview. They're going to get into the nitty gritty of the application and everything, and get into the details of the process. So you'll want to make sure you're back at 9:35, ready to take notes and ready to hear from them and all the great information that they're going to have to share. Everything is being recorded today, and we'll be posting on our applications page. Saw that come in a couple of times. And thanks to everybody again for joining us. We look forward to spending this day with you and sharing all the information that we have. Thanks, everyone.
So everybody, we'll get started in about 30 seconds. So if you want to finish typing up your email or come on back to the computer screen, we'll start in about 30 seconds.
Welcome back, everyone. As Marion mentioned, the New Schools team is going to give you a brief overview of the new Generation 27 application and related resources. Let's look at what we're going to be covering in our application overview. I'll go over how to access the applications, the available applications, and the various parts of the application. John will take us through changes and updates to the application, terms and concepts that you will need to know as you complete the applications. And then Natalie is going to go over assembling and submitting the applications, scoring of the application and the review process, and finally, some reminders and key takeaways. Now, let's start the application overview. The natural first step to completing the application is accessing the application on the web page. We've redesigned the applicant web pages, so I'd like to walk you through them and show you where you can access the application components. John, can you take us to the charter school main web page, please? Thank you. From the charter school's main web page, click on the applicants link on the right-hand side of your screen. Once on the applicant's main page, in the top paragraph, you will see definitions of the various charter schools operating in Texas. The two buttons in the middle of the page indicate the types of applications available for Generation 27. We have the subchapter D for new and experienced operators, and the subchapter E for college university operators. At the bottom of the page, you will notice several resources that will help you as you complete the applications. The piggy bank is for the charter school program, or as we call it, CSP Startup Grant. Here you will find helpful information when completing the Generation 27 application, as we have embedded the CSP application within the Gen 27 application. The next icon is for the public meeting calendar. This is where we will keep a running list of all the identified public meetings that you notify us of. The next button is the Opportunity Zone Locator. This resource will also help you as you complete the CSP questions in the application. Following that is a Charter School Governance button. We have provided a governance resource there for you. And then finally, we have the FAQs icon. We will be updating this document with questions from the Generation 27 sessions. Currently, this document is based on the Gen 26 info sessions. So some of the information that is presented today may be different than what's in the current document. Now, let's look at the various applications available. We'll start with the subchapter D application for new and experienced operators. John, let's click on that button. As the subchapter D page opens, you will see 4 buttons. Application timeline. This is an overview of the important dates within the Generation 27 application process. And it's also available in the instructions and guidance document. The second button is the application documents button. This is where you will be most interested. Here you will find all of the application components to complete the Gen 27 subchapter D application. The next button is the mandatory info sessions button, which you're already familiar with because you're attending today. However, I want to point out that next week we will be posting presentations that are required viewing as part of the process. We will also be posting recordings of the information sessions and their related presentations. We've had a lot of questions about that so far, so please notice and know that if you want to review the presentations from today, they will be found on the application information session page next week. Finally, We have an additional resources button that both Natalie and Marion have mentioned. This year, we will be offering optional support seminars and office hours. And Natalie's going to go into more detail later in our presentation, but I just wanted you to see what this page looks like. We have the optional support seminars and their topics at the top. And then at the bottom, we have the office hours, dates, and the links are embedded. John, can you, I'm sorry. Let's look at the application documents page first. If you'll go back one. Thank you. Great. First, we have the application instructions and guidance document. Next, we have the application narrative. This is where you will insert your answers to the question prompts and find the attachment cover sheets. And the last button is the scoring rubric. Thank you for viewing the new web pages. John, can you take us back to the slide deck, please? Thank you. Okay, let's quickly review the various parts of the application package. We already saw where to find the instructions and guidance document, which includes key dates and submission instructions. We discussed where to find the narrative document and attachments. This document also includes embedded charter school program grant questions, as well as charter management organization questions, if appropriate for you, and the letter of special assurances. These were all separate documents last year, and now they're embedded within the application narrative document. The application attachment cover sheet and forms are found on either the application checklist or as applicable within the narrative portions of the application. John is going to show you how to access the attachments in just a bit. The financial plan workbook is one of the attachments, as is the portfolio overview workbook for those of you who will be partnering with a charter management organization. And finally, we have the scoring rubric. Those are the parts of the application package. Now, John is going to take you through how to navigate the narrative document a little closely, followed by some important changes and updates to the application, and also important concepts that you will need to understand. John?
Thanks, Drew. I think you all, before we transition to the narrative document itself, I just wanted to remind everybody, it's very important. And if you look on the website, you'll see the same language, but I just want to remind everyone that you need to go ahead and download all the documents onto your computer before actually trying to view the documents. Many of the documents that we've formatted this year, I guess, have features that aren't necessarily accessible through a browser view. So it's just important to utilize the full functionality of the documents, that you download them to your computer, wherever. There's been some confusion. Even when you press download, the little ribbon that pops up at the bottom of the screen, don't try and open it from there. Like, actually go to the desktop or the downloads, wherever you put it, and open the document from there, and it should work. If you have any problems with that, obviously you can contact us with the email that we'll provide through many times throughout this presentation, and we'll walk you through just troubleshooting the problem. However, 99% of the time, it's just you're trying to look at it through the browser. So once we walk you through it, you'll be able to get full access to those documents. With that said, let's look at some changes to Gen 27, starting with the narrative document. Alrighty, so the last two application cycles provided you all with a Microsoft Word format application. And while that format certainly worked in the past, we just wanted to enrich your experience this year by taking advantage of some helpful features that we found in a PDF format. So consequently, we've built you a Generation 27 fillable PDF document. But what does that mean, I guess, exactly? So let's walk through a little bit of that. So looking at the slide, you'll notice that each page of the narrative document can do actually lots of different things. Probably the most important thing to you now is that you will put all of your responses directly into the narrative document. So you don't need to go download a separate response document this year. You will put all your responses directly within the document. Most boxes will expand meaning once you type your content in it, if you click outside of the box, it'll automatically grow. We'll walk through an example here in a minute of what that looks like. The next big thing you'll notice, and probably one of the most important to us, is a big gray button at the top of most pages. And that big gray button says terminology, resources, and evaluation criteria. One great feature about our new design is our ability to actually collapse the application and collapse pages for you and allow you as the applicant to open and close them with a click of this gray button. So we've been working on Generation 27, I don't know, it feels like a long time, but one of the biggest questions we had from the very beginning was, how do we provide you all as an applicant valuable information that can hopefully inspire and really kind of guide the quality of your proposal without really scattering you all out to the far reaches of the internet? So our solution for now is this big gray button, and we'll look at it here in a second. But what these resource pages do and what they provide really are going to be valuable to you as you prepare your response, because they're going to provide legal requirements for you and hyperlinks directly to those legal requirements, TEA resources, again, links to those resources, best practices that we found, both as our authorizer as well as just as an agency, and then the criteria that you'll actually be scored on if your application gets through the completion check process and ultimately into external review. And then lastly, I want to talk a little bit, if you're a returning applicant, you'll notice this pretty quickly, that we've actually added interactive tables this year. And these tables actually allow you to add rows and delete rows where you need to. And the cool thing about the application at this point is that it will adapt its length based on how many rows you put or don't put, how many items that are applicable to your specific proposal. So it's really an adaptable application, really excited about that. But with that said, let's go ahead and look at an example really quick. So the example that we're going to look at today is from the school design section, and it's the instructions, high quality instruction materials and instructions page. So here's the big gray button. If you can see my mouse hovering over it, you click it and it will expand the application and show you the actual resource page. This specific one shows you state standards. It will walk you through different links. And then at the very end, it will show you the evaluation criteria, again, that you'll be scored on if it moves forward to external review. The cool part about this is you can also collapse it, right? So if you hit the button again, it goes away and it goes back to the page that you were on. Drew also mentioned, I guess, working our way from top to bottom, Drew also mentioned the accessibility piece of the attachment. So you can access the attachments both through the cover sheet, as Drew said, or here in the hyperlinks scattered throughout the narratives. Here's an example of the interactive tables. If you want to just put A, B, C, blah, 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 you can see that it works. If you want to add a row, you just hit the plus button and it'll just keep adding rows until you're happy, or you can press the minus button and it will just delete them as you need. As I was saying before about the auto expanding boxes, let's see if I can just cut and paste a piece here to show you. So once I click outside of the box, it automatically expands. If I want to shrink the box back, I just delete what's in it and it will automatically shrink back to its size. And then lastly, I just want to spend a real quick moment on the pagination. So as an applicant, as a sub D applicant, you have a maximum page length of 100 pages that do not include the letter of special assurances, or if you're partnering with a CMO, it does not include those. All of that information is outlined in the instructions and guidance document. However, I wanted to mention it here because where it says page 6 of 33, a couple things to note. The page 6 is what you want to look at. So once that says 100, then you want to make sure that all your narrative information is not past page 100. Second part of that is you can expand every resource page in this document and it will not count towards a page limit. So if I were to open up the resource page right now, it would still say page 6. So don't worry if you have all the resource pages open, it's not going to count towards the page limit, and the document itself is actually not counting it. So page 6 is page 6 of your narrative responses. So just be sure that that does not go past page 100 until you get to the letter of special assurances and the CMO questions if they are applicable to you. So let's go back to the PowerPoint. So I would like now to talk a little bit on how to access and navigate the attachments, because we have changed quite a bit about how you access those attachments this year. So we made two big changes this year. Excuse me, but before we get there, I did want to address just the actual structure and types of attachments you'll be interacting with from now until December when you submit the application. So first thing you need to know is each attachment has its own cover sheet. And on that cover sheet, that's where you find all of the specific instructions for that attachment. Drew touched on this earlier. And then second, there are three types of attachments that you're going to be responsible for completing. So the first one is going to be the attachments that you actually draft and create yourself. So what that's going to look like might be your bylaws or the school schedule. Those you will actually create by yourself, and then you will insert those into the application submission document. Number two are attachments that have actual PDF forms that we provide to you. That will look like a staffing chart. So you'll fill that out, or an HR form. You'll fill that out. We give you the fillable PDF form to do. And then the last one, number three, are Excel workbooks. Again, Drew talked about this a little bit. We're going to have someone from financial compliance come in and walk you through at least a financial plan workbook this year. But excuse me, those are the three types of attachments that you'll be interfacing with this year. Okay, so back to the changes. What do we do? So number one, you no longer have to download the attachment cover sheets. In years past, you would have to go to the web page and download all the cover sheets. This year, as we've talked about, they're all in the narrative document. So everything is hyperlinked. You don't need to go anywhere else to access them. And then number two, the PDF forms that we require you to fill out, they're just mentioned. Again, they are no longer on the web page. If you're a returning applicant, this will be a kind of a culture change for you. You don't need to go back to our web page to find those forms. They are combined with the cover sheet this year. So again, a fillable form would be like the staffing chart. The staffing chart is in the same file as the cover sheet. So you don't need to, everything is consolidated into one file for you this year. Okay. And then last thing I said, I just want to talk a little bit about the financial plan workbook and the portfolio overview workbook. As I said, someone from financial compliance will be coming in to drive you through the financial plan workbook as a high level overview and walkthrough. But I did want to mention every applicant has to fill this out. And as Natalie will talk about later, you need to submit it as an Excel file. You don't convert it to PDF. You submit it as the Excel file. And the last piece is a portfolio overview workbook. You only complete this workbook if you are partnering with a charter management organization. If not, this is not part of your submission. And I just want to mention that. All right. So let's talk about some terms and some concepts and clear up any kind of confusion that we see every year. All right. So let's talk a little bit about the charter school board and the sponsoring entity. I think this probably breeds most confusion. So the sponsoring entity that you have either formed or will form by the application due date will become the charter school board if you are ultimately awarded a charter. So in effect, the sponsoring entity and the school board are one and the same. And I stress this because it's extremely important, and I can't sell this enough. That is extremely important that you choose individuals on the board reflected in your application in December that are going to be ready to meet the challenges of running a charter school if you are awarded. And so on that note, we also get asked, well, can we as a board allocate or designate specific governing roles to maybe a third party or a secondary board? And the short answer is no. The sponsoring entity does not establish a secondary governing board to run the school. I say that with a caveat. As this slide indicates, you can establish a secondary advisory board. But remember, and again, the advisory board, they're non-voting members, and it's just an advisory role. It's also super important to note that the charter school board members are not compensated for their work. So I'll repeat that. If you are a board member, you are not going to be compensated. It is not a paid position. And I say that because I know many of you sitting in the audience today, it's your idea, right? And why would you not want to be compensated for your idea and watch your dream flourish? But for purposes of charter school law, you cannot be on the board and be a paid employee of the school. We would urge you to review the charter school law presentation that is available on our website, as we discussed a little bit earlier. In that PowerPoint, we'll outline different non-delegable duties that the board cannot designate to anyone else. And there are other very, very important pieces of information that we really urge you all to review this year. And then lastly, I just wanted to walk you through the chain of authority here on the left. So as you can see, the board oversees the hiring of the superintendent. And then the superintendent will then be responsible for the hiring of the charter school staff. When it comes to contracts with vendors, service providers, management companies, et cetera, they are approved and terminated at the board level. All right. So are you applying for a school or a campus? It's a trick question, not really. So this is just another common question that we get. You are applying for a charter school. So if you want multiple campuses, you are not submitting multiple applications. You're submitting one application for a charter school. And in that, you can think of a charter school kind of within the context of a district level, right? So you're applying for a district level organization. Now within that, you can apply for multiple charter campuses. So in your application you submit, you can say, well, we want one campus or we want two campuses, so on and so forth. But you're applying for one school. So what you give us in December should be one application. I do want to note, though, at this point that all the campuses that you propose in your application will have to operate within the geographic boundaries that you are approved for. We'll get into what geographic boundaries are in a second. But I mention this now because all of your campuses, no matter how far they are apart, will all have the same geographic boundaries. Each campus does not get its own geographic boundary. And then I also want to talk a little bit about this concept of expansion. So this doesn't really affect you at the moment, but I want to highlight it because the number of campuses that you propose in your application and the number of campuses that are approved in your application, that's going to be final. So if you get a charter contract in October, you cannot turn around and open more campuses than are listed in your application. You will not be able to grow within the geographic scope of your charter until at least year 3. And that expansion request is subject to the accountability ratings that you would have received in your initial years. All right, so let's actually talk about geographic boundaries because these are extremely important. I would say, unlike maybe traditional districts, this is really where I think the flexibility of charter schools can show itself in terms of footprint and financial viability. So it's extremely important to note that your geographic boundaries are the collection and defined by traditional school district boundaries. So that might be Dallas ISD, Richardson ISD, Garland ISD, et cetera. This would be collectively your geographic boundaries. So that said, you can propose one of two boundary models. Some applicants will opt for a basic boundary model where, again, as I said, every student within those districts are eligible to apply and enroll on a first come, first served basis. However, some applicants choose a primary secondary boundary model. And as the slide indicates, a primary boundary, you could pick a school district, you could designate a zip code, street highway configuration. Students who reside within that primary boundary would be enrolled first. Then students who reside within that secondary boundary would be enrolled if there are available seats after the primary boundary's enrollment ends. So what this looks like, applicants in the past have used this model when they have like a really clearly identified community that they want to serve. So going back to the Dallas ISD, Garland ISD, and Richardson ISD example, if you're an applicant and you really wanted to maybe isolate and make an impact in the South Dallas community, then you might choose 75215 as your primary boundary. And then that means every student living within that zip code would be enrolled first. And then after that, students within the secondary boundary would be, again, enrolled on a first come, first served basis. And if this is confusing, again, we have a 10-minute Q&A and we have Q&A at the end of the day as well. So feel free to write down some questions, submit some questions if this is not making complete sense to you. Next, I want to talk a little bit about the Statement of Impact package. This package is extremely important because this is your formal opportunity to alert school districts and other elected officials about your application and your intent to serve students within their respective districts. So that said, there are 3 main documents that you're going to send out in this application package. The first is the cover letter, and the second is the actual statement of impact form. Those are going to be in attachment E4. So as I said earlier, once you download attachment E4, it has all the information. It has the form there for you. It has a cover letter template for you. So you will complete that. And then you'll also take the narrative document and you'll pull out the application profile page and include that with your impact package. Please note, you need to send these packages via certified mail. And when you look in attachment E4, you'll also see what you need to submit to us to confirm that those were sent to the right recipients. Alrighty. Okay, and we're going to wrap up my piece here in a second. So we're going to finish on the public meeting. And what is that? So the public meeting is your formal ability at this point to really highlight and bring to the community an awareness of the proposal and what you intend to do, again, within that particular community or collective geographic boundary. So that said, you have to conduct at least one public meeting to fulfill the application requirement. Nothing prevents you from hosting 20 meetings if you want, right? But for the purposes of the requirement, you have to do at least one public meeting. This year, like last year, you can host both virtual or in person. It's up to you. But if you are planning a virtual meeting, I just want to remind you, it still needs to be public, which means you can't necessarily restrict access to it. You can have pre-registration, but again, once it's time to actually attend, you can't pick and choose which people are allowed to participate. And then also, and we'll get to the public, going back to the public notice piece, you also need to, when you have a public notice, and we'll actually talk about that in a second, you will have to include all access information in that notice. So if there's a password that someone needs, that needs to be there. If it's a registration link, that needs to be there. Okay, so now speaking of notice, once you select your venue where you're going to have your meeting, you'll have to post an announcement. And that announcement needs to be in a printed publication with wide distribution. And I'm sure 90% of you right now are asking, what is wide distribution? So typically we're referring to big publications that are in print, like the Dallas Morning News, Austin Statesman, Houston Chronicle. Those are just examples. But we also get asked often, well, you know, my community paper or other smaller publications, they really reach my target demographic way more efficiently than a big newspaper. Can we publish there instead? And the answer is, sure you can. But for the purposes of the attachment requirement, you need to post in a publication of wide distribution. So you could do both. But what you're going to submit in your application is the notification for the wide distribution. Okay. And then also, I just want to note that you can post your publication in the classified section. You don't need to post it in the legal section. I know there's a significant price difference in those. So classified section is completely okay. And then one additional requirement for this attachment is an email notice requirement. And so in attachment E3, it will outline that you need to email certain recipients within or at least 5 business days before your meeting. And I want to stop here for a second and repeat this probably 1,000 times if I could. Please do not forget to CC the charter application inbox, which is also listed in E3, because this is how we take that information and post it to our website and also confirm that you sent these emails when you submit your application. So that's what I have. I'm going to go ahead and kick the mic over to Natalie.
Thank you, John. We're now going to talk about the assembly and submission piece of the application. So due to its new functionality, as John covered, it's distinctly different from years past. So regarding the application documents, perhaps the most significant change to the submission process is that for Gen 27, there will be no paper submission requirement. The entire application will be submitted digitally, uploaded to ShareFile by the application deadline of December 7th at 5 p.m. The ShareFile link is included in the instructions and guidance document, as well as on the next slide. The steps for submitting are as follows. First, save the narrative document as a PDF file. The document will include the application checklist, narrative responses, and letter of special assurances, which are all already part of that application file. Secondly, save the application submission document as a flat PDF. This includes the attachment cover sheets with the appropriate corresponding material behind them as one file. And the next slide will discuss how to assemble the attachment submission document. And please note that some attachments, like the organizational bylaws that John mentioned, may need to be scanned and incorporated into the attachment submission document. Next, make sure that the financial plan workbook is updated and aligned with all the associated budget numbers throughout the narrative document. This will be saved and submitted as a separate Excel file and should not be combined with the attachments document and narrative document as in years past. And in the event that your submission is as an experienced operator partnering with a charter management organization, remember that you do need to submit that portfolio overview workbook Excel file as well. This is also downloaded from the narrative document and must be saved and submitted separately. So in total, for new operator applicants, there will be 3 file submissions: the 2 PDF files that are the narrative document and the attachment submissions document, and the financial plan workbook Excel file. For experienced operators using a CMO, that's 4 file submissions: the 2 PDFs just mentioned, the financial plan workbook Excel file, and the addition of the portfolio overview workbook Excel file. Now to discuss the attachment submissions document. As mentioned, this requires some extra steps for assembly. You'll need to save all of the attachments in order with cover sheets and corresponding pages as a flat PDF file. This means that you'll need to follow the steps as if you would be printing the document, but instead of printing, you select Save as PDF or Print as PDF in the drop-down menu on that print window. Use the naming convention described in this slide with the proposed school name and attachment submission Gen 27. Naming the file appropriately helps us verify quickly that all required documents have been submitted by the deadline. You'll also need to insert separate page numbers for the attachments submission document in the bottom right-hand corner. Each page number will begin with the letter A for attachment. These page numbers should also be included in the corresponding table of contents in the narrative document where the A prefix is already listed. Finally, submit the attachment files, at least the attachment submission document and the financial plan workbook for new operators, or with the addition of the portfolio overview workbook for experienced operators, to the share file linked here and in the instructions and guidance document. Now as to the scoring and review process. So Marian touched on this a little bit, but I just want to reiterate the steps. This will begin after your application has been reviewed for completion. Please know that TEA does not score the applications. That is done by highly qualified external reviewers. Each application that is deemed complete is scored by 5 separate reviewers. The 5 separate scores are then averaged together, dropping the highest and lowest reviewer scores. Whichever is higher between this adjusted score and the average score is taken. We're looking for averages of 85% or higher. But in the event that a score totals between 80 and 84%, then that application is automatically sent out to a 6th review for an additional score. Now, again, just to reiterate the process that Marian described in detail, so I'm just going to do this really quickly. The applications are first reviewed internally just to determine completion or if any items are needed for the application to be considered complete. Then the external review, as just discussed. Next, the high scoring applications will be internally analyzed by TEA staff in preparation for the capacity interviews. Then after the interviews take place, the Commissioner of Education will recommend certain charters for approval. After that, the State Board of Education will convene and vote with the option to veto any of the recommended charter awards. Once a contract is awarded after the contingency process, the schools will open, as in this cohort, for instance, in the fall of 2023. Now, to highlight those additional supports mentioned at the top of the show, as part of the Generation 27 process, we're excited to offer new supports for applicants. These include those support seminars that I discussed, which are a series of hour-long webinars focusing on topics that have been consistently identified by external reviewers, State Board of Education members, and TEA staff as areas of improvement in our received applications. These include things like community engagement, budget alignment, and we'll just review the completion steps to demystify that process as well. Many of these sessions will feature TEA staff discussing important reminders for application completion or highlighting agency initiatives that would support components of the application. These will be presented in a Zoom webinar format and require advanced registration. The link to register is available via each button describing the date and topic of the seminar on the additional supports webpage that Drew-Ann covered earlier. Please note that all seminars will take place on Tuesdays beginning at 3:30 p.m. and we hope to see you there. As asked in the Q&A function already, just want to quickly reiterate that recordings of the seminars will be uploaded to that additional supports page upon completion, and any questions that are addressed in those seminars will be archived in the FAQ document. The other additional supports that we are going to offer this year are optional office hours. So these will take place regularly throughout the application window this fall. They take place on Thursday afternoons, beginning at that same time, 3:30. They will serve sort of as drop-in Q&A time with the new schools team, and they also take place on Zoom, but through a traditional meeting format. However, we still require advanced registration. We'll answer questions to the best of our ability with the intent to clarify aspects of the application or submission process, but please note that at that time, we cannot offer any kind of competitive advice. We'll record the questions addressed in these Q&A sessions and update the FAQ with those responses as well. Okay, before we conclude the presentation of the application overview, I just want to pause for a minute and reiterate some of the most important things that we've covered here today. Remember, one, that Generation 27 application is accessed through the applicant's webpage. You can navigate to the applicant's page from the charter school's homepage. Two, remember also that this application is entirely digital. It's an adaptable PDF file that should be downloaded and saved to your computer. All required information, narratives, all of that will be entered directly into the document. The attachments submission document will be a separate PDF, and the financial plan workbook will be a separate Excel file. Altogether, these comprise your application submission. Again, unless you are partnering with a CMO, in which case you would also be submitting that portfolio overview workbook Excel file as well. Three, remember that the application is due December 7th by 5 p.m. The submission process is simply a digital upload to share file with no paper submissions required. And finally, remember that there are additional supports available to you, the applicants, throughout the months of October and November, including those optional support seminars and the office hours. Questions addressed in these sessions will be archived in the FAQ document, which we will be constantly updating. And we hope that you have the chance to join us. And finally, to conclude, as always, you can reach out to us via email. We are more than happy to help demystify any part of this process. Thank you for participating. We'll now open up our Q&A session. Please use the Q&A function in the webinar format, and we will address any and all questions to the best of our ability pertaining to the application or the application process.
I'm ready. Who's got questions?
John, there's a question in the Q&A that I'd like you to address, please, regarding downloading the application narrative. You're muted.
Yeah, thank you. So as I was saying before, most of you all are going to hit download, right? So when you, let me see if I can walk you all through this. Okay, can you all see the website?
Yes.
Great. So if I hit this button, what's going to happen, let me close out, let's see. If I hit this button, application narrative, it's going to give you that most likely, right? Because it's trying to open up the Adobe PDF reader in the browser, and that's not working. So what you do, you go here. Can you all see my mouse hovering over the download button?
I can.
Okay. If you hit download, what happens is it's going to tell you where to download it. I'm going to hit save. Can you all see the little ribbon that popped up at the bottom or no?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So this one, don't open that one. That's the one that I think is tripping people up. This is the one, you think that's the one, but that's still going to try and open it in the browser. I need to go to my downloads folder or my desktop or wherever I saved it and open it from there. And as I said before, we will troubleshoot with individuals as needed, but I think 99% of the time people are trying to open up this one here, and that's tripping people up. So just open it from your desktop or wherever you're downloading it from, and that's the one that should work.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Another question that came in was, when and where can we start accessing the application? I think you just answered that, but can you show that again?
Sure, absolutely. So right now you can access it. It's live on our webpage. And as Drew said, it's, oh, sorry, there you go. If you go to the charter school's main page, you would click here under applicants. And if you're a sub chapter D applicant, you would click this one. If you're sub E, you'll click this one. I'm assuming most of you all, if not all of you, are sub D, so we'll go ahead and click that. All the application documents are right here. So theoretically, they're available for you. They were made available since last Friday. Okay, stop sharing. Mm-hmm.
We have another question about professional organizations that help with the application process. If you want to email us, email the charter applications inbox, we can answer that question for you. There are several. We can get a list for anybody who is asking. Another question is there an upfront cost if awarded a charter school grant? John, do you want to take that?
Yeah, so there's no upfront cost per se. As Drew mentioned, as Mary mentioned, that in conjunction, or I guess really it's at the same time, that you're completing your actual application, there are questions in there that will relate to the federal charter school startup grant, right? So there's embedded funds in there. That said, part of the application is how will you necessarily float your startup year, because there are no funds other than the startup grant that would necessarily readily be available for you. So there's no upfront cost per se, as in you will not be writing a check to TEA, but there may be associated costs in terms of, again, before you actually start getting funding from students. And that's a great kind of point to pause on for a second. Charter schools, new charter schools will not begin receiving state funds until they open. So your startup year, again, other than the federal startup grant, is going to have to be how you get philanthropic funds, loans, whatever, to make sure that you have the funds available for you to get you through the startup year. Year one is when you actually will start getting state funding based on your enrollment, your student enrollment.
And to add to what John said, and Arnold is going to cover this a little bit in our CSP section after lunch, but the the charter school program grant is also reimbursement based. And so you have to actually incur those expenses, and then you'll be able to receive reimbursement for those for your startup activities as well. So we do recommend that charter schools think through how they are going to fund that startup year in order to kind of access that capital in order to pay for those items, pay for salaries until they can be reimbursed by the charter school program grant as well. We've tried to align the application process and the awarding of the charter school program grant so you're able to receive those funds as early as possible. In fact, our fiscal year for the charter school program grant begins October 1. And so we actually have, for the charters that were awarded this summer, they'll have access to those dollars in October. So we've tried to make it so that everyone has access as soon as possible, but you'll need to make sure that you have access to some form of capital in order to start taking on all the planning activities that you'll want to do.
Thank you. Another question that came in: as a recruitment tool, is it permissible to offer an employee's children or child admission? Will this need to be indicated in the geographic boundaries? Who would like to answer this question?
I can go ahead and take a stab at it. Sorry, my button wouldn't unmute. Sorry. So children of employees of the school are a carved out exemption for charter school lotteries here in Texas. So I don't know if the answer is necessarily as a recruitment tool, but you can certainly in your admissions policy carve out an exemption for children of employees, whether or not they live inside or outside of geographic boundaries, if that makes sense.
Thank you. We have a question about the number of allowable charter schools in Texas. Is that number 305? Natalie, do you want to answer that?
Yes. So as Marian mentioned in her presentation, I'm sorry, Marian. That is the legal cap currently in Texas law. However, she also mentioned that there are 170, I believe, current operators. So we're pretty far away from that cap. And if there's any confusion about that, this is really just charter holders. Remember that while there are 700-ish campuses, that those are all held by those 170 charter holders. So you can have expanded campuses in some cases throughout the state of Texas, though, as she also showed in that infographic, that's not entirely very common. Typically just 1 to 5 campuses, I think, are the majority of our portfolio. I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, so I just wanted to be really, to add to Natalie's data that she shared, we're not concerned about that cap at this point in time, right? So we have 175 LEAs, we have a maximum of 305. And so we have a significant room for the number of years to come for future application cycles.
Thank you. We have a question regarding a sponsoring entity that's been in existence for years. Will the new founding board members' names need to be added via a certificate of amendment? Does this have to be completed by the time of the submission or afterward?
So that's actually, yeah, that's a good question. For those that have older organizations, yes, you would need to submit a certificate of amendment to update those additional board members. With regards to the application submission, again, you'll just submit the form that you mail to the state. Or email. I'm not sure how they do it nowadays.
Thank you. There's a question about outside grants and how soon someone can apply for assistance with these additional funding sources.
Yeah, so and Mary, you may want to elaborate on this as well, but my 2 cents on this is that nothing prevents you now from applying for grants. However, I do want to caution people on how you represent yourself within those grant applications. Again, you are an applicant with potentially a pending charter application. So you cannot advertise or veil yourself as a charter school, if that makes sense.
Thank you. We have a question regarding funding. Can we go over the funding again, year one and startup? I know that we'll be going over that when Arnold gives his CSP presentation. Also, we might get into it with our next presentation on the financial plan workbook. Does anybody want to add anything there?
I'll just say, just very simply, that that charter schools begin receiving funding when they start serving students. And that's really when the school starts, that's how they start receiving funding. The charter school program grant gives funding to schools kind of in that year zero, what we call, kind of our technical term for that. So that year between when you've been approved and before you open. And so those funds are to help launch the school and be able to kind of have some funds to be able to do the things that we know need to happen in order to plan schools.
Thank you. We have a question regarding funding available for an 11-month school year. Marion, would you like to take that?
So the funding, it really is dependent and based on kind of your calendar and your schedule. And so I think we can connect about different school models, and there are different funds available depending on different kind of also additional supports as well, depending on the grade level served. So there are some additional supports through the additional day school year funding, as well as other kind of design and programmatic. So I think we're happy to follow up with you if you have really specific questions about opportunities at TEA, depending on your model design too.
And I also just want to quickly say that those very programs that Marion just referred to will be discussed in one of the optional support seminars if you're interested in innovations in calendar options.
Thanks, Natalie.
Another question we have, where can I research startup year checklist? What are the needs in a startup year? Is this staff and operating costs, school materials, that sort of thing? I know that I'm going to cover a little of this in his presentation. John, go ahead, please.
No, that's exactly what I was going to say, Drew. And then I was just also going to say that the financial plan workbook is also another good place to kind of start, because that will outline what you have to budget for within your startup year. So that'd be a good place to look to see what activities or costs you might incur during that period.
I would also say it can be really beneficial to look at past approved applications as well too, and to see what their startup plans included and entailed. I will also say that the Texas Public Charter Schools Association also offers some startup planning and support that you can access. That's not something that we provide. It's something that they provide separately, and you have to kind of sign up and participate in. And then we at TEA will have a checklist of requirements as well in that startup year. And so we'll work with applicants on what we're looking for once they're approved. But I think to get a really good idea of kind of what it takes and what strong, robust startup plans are, I would look at previous approved applications.
And that goes into a question, it's not the next question, but it's a question at the bottom. Where can we locate past approved applications? You can locate past applications on our charter school main web page. If you scroll down to the very bottom and click on the portfolio link, it will take you to all charter school applications, and it will show you whether the application was approved, whether the school is active, maybe it's in its contingency phase, that sort of thing. So I just wanted to clear that up right now. We have a question about consultants that can assist with the application. There are various consultants and groups that can assist. A lot of them are associated, there are fees associated. I think Natalie wants to expand on this.
I was just going to say we did have a question touching this earlier in the Q&A. If you have specific questions about that, we could perhaps describe some resources. However, the Texas Public Charter Schools Association that Marion just mentioned may also be a good place to start in terms of finding other supports and consultants outside of the agency.
Thank you. John, this might be for you. We have a question about whether board members can live outside of the geographic boundary of the school.
Yeah, so there's two balls at play with that question. So to the first immediate question, yes, board members can live outside of the approved geographic boundary. But what you will notice in the presentation on charter school law, and I'll just say it here, is that per state law, the majority of your board members do need to be qualified Texas voters, which I guess is another way of saying they need to be Texas residents. So just to wrap that up, yes, your board members can live outside of the geographic boundary, but the majority of the board members do need to be qualified voters in Texas.
Thank you. Next, we have a question about opportunity zones and whether they are open per city zip codes or they are available based on some need-based data. John, do you want to take that?
Yeah, and Arnold may speak a little bit about this later, but the opportunity zones are actually defined by census tract. And so that opportunity zone locator map that is at the bottom of our webpage, you can click that and it will actually show you where the designated opportunity zones are. And again, those are going to be by census tract.
Thank you. We have a question about is there a sample budget for startup on how to complete the budget section?
So no, Joe may have some additional information about this, but going back to Marion's point, it really does behoove applicants to look at other applications that have been submitted in the past. We do publish the financial plan workbook, as we will publish your financial plan workbook. So nothing prevents you from looking in those sections to, again, see how people budgeted for those, and especially those applicants that were approved.
And I think I'll add here that we don't have a sample budget because every budget is different based on the design of your school. And so ultimately, it's going to be about the components of your school model and your design. And then are those things reflected in your budget? So if you're going to have X, maybe 2 teachers to classroom, your personnel and kind of component of your budget might be much more than someone who is having 1 teacher per classroom, right? And so all of those components are really based on your school design. And we want to make sure that, those components of your school design and program are reflected in your budget, which is then reflected in your budget narrative as well too. So they'll talk about in our upcoming section, kind of all of the components of our financial plan workbook, but really thinking through what is the cost to implement and execute on my school model and how's that reflected through all of the expenses there. That's the reason that we don't create and offer a sample budget because it's different for every single school.
Thank you, Marion. We have a couple of other questions and just a short amount of time before our next presentation. Next question, are there any regulations as to where your charter school will be located, such as church or building? Natalie or John, would you like to take this?
So technically, yes. However, churches are often landlords for charter schools. You just want to make sure that if in the event, this may be a question that you want to send to us in the applications inbox just to clarify your particular situation. Obviously, the school would need to have everything up to legal standard in order to receive a certificate of occupancy for an education grade building. Where those facilities are located entirely depends. But to say specifically to the church, so long as that there is no religious iconography in any of the classrooms or school specific facilities, then it is absolutely permissible for a church to be a landlord. If your question requires more detail than that, you may want to just go ahead and reach out to us.
Natalie, can I just go ahead and back off that for a second? This will probably be our last question. So we do get this question a bit. It's like, can a church apply for a charter school? Right? So this goes back to, can the school be at the church? The school can be at the church, going back to what Natalie was saying, as the landlord. A church itself as a religious organization is not an eligible entity to apply for a charter school. So if any of you all are representatives of a church, there needs to be a separate nonprofit 501c3 tax exempt entity that is created to apply. So the church itself cannot hold the charter. However, the church itself could rent the facilities out for the school. So I just wanted to kind of tie those two things together.
Thank you. That's all the time that we have for our questions. And if we do have some more questions queued up, we will get to those and answer them via the Q&A function, or you may also ask at the end of all our presentations today. Thank you, John.
So it's 10:35. We are right on time. So right now we're going to transition into our financial compliance presentation, and Joe Herrera from Financial Compliance. I'll let Joe go ahead and introduce himself, but he'll be walking you through the financial plan workbook.
Good morning, everybody. Like John said, my name is Joe Herrera, and I am the manager. I'm a manager in the Financial Compliance Division. I specifically manage the Student Attendance Accounting Handbook, SHARS. I'm very much involved in the financial planning for charter school applications, and we also do several waiver pieces when waivers might be necessary for specific pieces of the Student Attendance Accounting Handbook, or the SAW, as others might know it. I am fairly new to the agency. I just onboarded in June, but before this, I was at a school district here in Austin, a traditional school district here in Austin, for 17 years. So it's been very interesting and enlightening to learn more about charter schools, the charter school process, and what they go through. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be part of this group and help facilitate those applications and that information as it comes through. So what John and I are going to do today is sort of go through the workbook. I really appreciate Marion's statement earlier about a sample budget, because this will be my first time to present this. I really sort of did struggle as to whether or not maybe I should provide a sample budget. But as Marion said, I landed on, every single person's budget will be different based on their school's needs and goals and perspectives and ideals. So rather than present a sample budget, what I did do is very crudely, I will say, fill out a workbook with very minimal information. Your workbook, however, will need to be very detailed and will need to be very concise with information. And a lot of thought will need to be put into the numbers and the budget that you create as we go through the workbook. And one of the questions had to do with startup costs and what's out there and what might I need to consider. I think the workbook does a very good job of breaking down some of the things that you forget that you might need to budget for in that first startup year, like a telephone network, like supplies, things like that you sort of take for granted that will already be there. Someone's got to pay the utility bills to this facility that you might be renting or that you've purchased. All of that needs to be taken into consideration as you're budgeting, and you'll see line items for most of those, along with staff and the staffing that you'll need. So as we go through the workbook, we'll show you where some of those things live, and you'll probably get a sense of how to start to structure a budget and a financial plan that you'll be submitting with your application. I will say that this, when I say that very detailed information needs to be submitted, several people in my division, on the Financial Compliance Division, review your applications as part of the application process with the whole charter school division. We are even part of the application interview process. So we'll have questions probably if we find that someone's application may lack a little bit of detail in their application. So this workbook is a very robust workbook. It's in Excel. There are 9 tabs. All of those tabs are interlock and are and feed other tabs within the workbook. So please make sure that when you get the Excel workbook, that you notice that there are tabs along the bottom that you'll need to be responsible for looking at and reading. They're color coded for you as well. The first tab is an instructional tab. We're looking at it right now on John's screen. John's going to walk through this as I sort of talk. He's going to drive as I guide. So this is an instructional tab that has lots of information on how to fill out each individual tab, right? So it might be if you have multiple screens, you've got this instructional tab open on one screen while you're working on your workbook, or you print this tab out so that you have it to follow along as you're working in your workbook, because it is incorporated into the workbook itself. So very helpful information on this tab on what all the different parts and sections mean, and even what some of the detailed information is in each cell that we might need. You'll see lots of information in red that's bolded. We highly recommend that you read through this information before you just start planning out, so that you don't fall into some of your pitfalls and are really well versed in what's needed in the workbook. So that's the first tab, that's the instructional tab. The next 4 tabs are green tabs, and the first tab is the financial planning workbook student information tab. So what I've done here is I've called it Joe's Charter. I've given it a startup year, a start year, and my fiscal year. So right here off the bat, I'm going to be able to show you some things that are built into the Excel workbook, where I've chosen my fiscal year to end on June 30th. John, if you'll go to that cell, it's a drop down. There are several cells within this workbook that are pre-populated for you, because you're only allowed to pick the information that's on that list. Right below the fiscal year cell, you'll where it says total calendar minutes, you'll see that when you hover in that, an informational box pops up. And anywhere you see a red triangle on a cell, you'll be able to get more information about what's needed in that cell. And if you just sort of hover that red triangle or hover in that cell, you'll get that information. The information that pops up is often like this: direct legislation, mandate things from the Texas Education Code or the Student Attendance County Handbook that are required for all LEAs in Texas. So for example, this is letting you know that you are required to have a minimum of 75,600 minutes in your school calendar. So at the very least, that's what we're going to want to see, is 75,600. You certainly can offer more, but you can't offer less than that, or you won't get full funding. So this is basically how the workbook works as we go through. There will be cells that are direct populated that you choose from, cells that will give you information, and then any white cell that you see, you can type in. Color-coded cells are there so that you know white cells I can type in. Blue cells are pre-populated. And when you get your workbook, you'll see 4 blue tabs across the bottom also. All of that is pre-populated based on the information that you input on the green tabs at the bottom. So there won't be anyone having to guess, oh, what is my allotment fund for special ed? That will calculate based on the information you populate in the upcoming tabs. So let's go to our second tab, which is the enrollment tab. So this is actually, you're seeing a very small fraction of the enrollment tab. So I'm going to have John scroll down just to show you that there's a lot of information on this enrollment tab. Okay, so now if we go back up to the top, what you're doing is giving us conservative estimates of the enrollment that you predict. And I'm going to emphasize conservative, because if you overestimate your enrollment and population, and we'll show you as this presentation goes on where those numbers live and lie, you might find yourself in some financial sort of messiness, because you overestimated what your enrollment might be your first few years. So you want to be very conservative about the numbers you put in here. But basically what you're going to do is enter in what you feel or believe the enrollment will be per grade that your charter school is going to serve as it grows. And as you enter in those numbers, you'll see that they'll start to add up at the bottom for total enrollment. So you fill out that, and if you scroll down a little bit more, the other important piece to this is this average daily attendance line. So row 26, average daily attendance, we're going to need an estimate of what you hope will be your average daily attendance for the year. In this sort of crude example, I use 93. if you do not fill out this line, other numbers going forward in the workbook will not populate. Just filling out your enrollment will not populate the full workbook. So please make sure that you give us an estimate of what percentage of enrollment you're hoping to achieve in your first few years as a charter. And again, in this, I'm hoping to achieve a 93% enrollment rating, enrollment average on a day-to-day basis. Something that's definitely well achievable, but it does not overestimate what I think my enrollment will be on an average. As we scroll down, again, you're going to want to estimate the types of special populations that you might be serving throughout the year. So here I've got 3 speech kiddos, 4 resource kiddos, and again, these are estimates based on the type of charter school that you're hoping to design and develop and the population that you're hoping to serve with your programs and your curriculum. And as you continue going down the workbook, you'll identify some of the other special populations that you hope will be enrolled or that you hope to target with your charter school, including career technology. There are other special populations if you're talking about intervention groups and special population groups like dyslexia. Maybe your focus is on pregnancy-related teens, gifted and talented. Sort of in there is also transportation. I know it seems like a weird spot to throw in transportation, but when we're talking about transportation, we're talking about serving the needs of kiddos. Maybe you have of those 7 special ed kiddos that I anticipate and hope to have in my program. I know I'm going to need to transport 3 of them for maybe they're for mobility issues or something. So I added that estimate in there just so that I have the information in my workbook. So you'll fill this out thoughtfully. Going year to year and estimating your enrollment growth as you go through the first 5 years. And this is the information, again, that will populate to the blue cells that we'll get to next. So we're going to go to our next tab. It's the Personnel tab, and this is a fun tab. So let's get down to the nitty-gritty of what's in this tab. And you'll notice that in my enrollment tab, I had year 1 through 5. In this tab, I have a 0 startup year. And when we're talking about a 0 startup year, you're going to need staff that's going to help get your charter school started. Whether that's full-time staff, part-time staff. As you'll see, I have an operations business manager that my first year, I'm just gonna have part-time. He's just gonna be part-time, and maybe the next year I need a full-time business manager. Where I have teachers, regular ed teachers, I have none my startup year because I haven't started. But my first year, I hope to have 6 and then grow as my enrollment grows, that sort of thing. So you'll need to be very thoughtful about the kinds of staff that you think that you're going to need at your startup year and then as your year grows. This is also a section where, John, if you'll click on column D, under the position category, where we give you pre-sorted categories to use from if you click on the cell. And there's a drop down of the different types of employees that you might consider on staff as you go through. So a position description, that's a free form. You fill it out. The category is not free form. Give us a category and then give us an estimate of the salary that you hope to that you hoped to give to these individual roles as they go through. And again, all of that is very important, as we'll see in the cells coming forward. Along with that, as your years progress, your staff may progress as well. So you'll want to reflect the hopes of growing your staff. Again, my first startup year, I know I need help with cleaning my facility. Maybe my custodians will have time my startup year because I don't have students and staff. And then I grow into I need a full-time custodian as I go through. If we scroll over to the right, John, this is where you're going to talk to us about increments and raises. What do you hope to do as far as raises are concerned as you go through the year? Maybe you want to see what it looks like if you get a 2% raise to your staff through the year. Again, white cells are cells that you can type in and pre-populate. Blue cells are cells that are populated for you. So as I put in 2%, it populated and gave me an estimate of what my salary growth will be as I go through the day. John, I believe this is a live spreadsheet for you, correct? So if I change that to a 5% increase in salary, you'll see that the numbers also dramatically change as you go through the workbook. So as you start to fill out your information and play with raise percentages and amounts, it will be able to better show you what your budget will look like and how it's going to look. I apologize. I appreciate looking at your lovely faces, John and Joanne, but I gotta move my little box here, covering, there we go. And that's again through the first 5 years where you're going to estimate what you hope to be able to provide in terms of raises. Now, are you required to? You know, that's a decision that you and your executive board are going to have to make. But know that the calculation is there if you want to play around with what that might look like in your first few years. So if we go back to the left for me and scroll down a little bit, we give you lots of space to think thoughtfully about the number of staff that you're going to need. And at the bottom, you'll see that everything totals up. You'll get a total number of staff FTEs as the years go through. And if you scroll over to the left for me, John, you'll see the totals there as you're talking about raises and information like that. So again, you'll just want to be really thoughtful about the kind of staff that you think you might need, and then what that staff will look up in that 0 startup year, and then what that staff will look like as you progress in year 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that is the personnel tab. Again, as I was not any sort of a math or science major in college, but I find myself having some fun playing with this as I was starting to think about just budgeting and thinking about what schools go through to budget for the year and for their staff. So that is the personnel staff. We are going to move on to the next tab, which is the startup year and assumptions. And we call them assumptions because you are making a lot of assumptions about the sort of funding and information that you're going to get. So right here, what you'll see at the top when it says revenue, you'll see that there's a total state revenue of $774,217. That number came from the total enrollment that I used in my enrollment tab. So based on the enrollment and my percentage of ADA that I hope to have my first year, that pre-populated with the state revenue that those kiddos would be able to generate for me that first year at a 93% ADA rate. So that's money that again, as was stated in the presentation earlier, that's not money that you get until school starts. So that first year where you're actually serving students, so that's the number that you're going to hope to generate based on your enrollment and the ADA percentage that you provided. In that startup 0 year, this is where you're going to hope to get the charter school program grant funds, or even other local grants, loans, philanthropic gifts that you may have received, fundraising that you can put in there. I use 900,000 because I think that's the maximum number that the grant awards. You certainly don't have to use 900,000, but when you're talking about startup costs and information, again, that first year, the only monies I'm getting are either from money that I went out and procured myself or that the grant awarded me based on my application. And that's why that when you see that 0 startup year in state revenue, it is grayed out for you. Because again, as in the prior presentation, you don't start generating state funds until you start actually serving and educating kiddos. So there's a lot to this workbook. And this is where the funds starts to take place with information that you have. So a lot of this again was pre-populated because it knows that I put in the salary for my executive director. It brought that over. It gave me the expenses for my staff based on the information that I put in there. If you'll remember, I had regular ed teachers and some sped teachers, all of that pre-populated for my assumption budget. If you keep going down, in my staff, I included a nurse. I mean, no, of all times to not have a nurse on staff, you might want to, a nurse is pretty important. So as I populated that personnel information, this populated to what my costs are going to be. So if we scroll back up to the top and scroll over to the left, here's the information that we're going to want to, that you're going to want to be very detailed about. And you'll notice that in red, we say to include in your notes that if this position or if that cost is going to be funds that you're going to use from your CSP grant. So that's information you're going to want to put in there. You're going to want to say, part-time. You're going to want to say this information was contributed from an organization. But if you're hoping and wanting to use your CSP funds for any sort of these sort of expenses, we need to see that in there and know that in this column. And this is where you would put that information. If we scroll back down, over to the right, to the left, my left, and then down to the right, and then down below. These are going to add up at the as you go through the categories. And then again, you'll want to put in information here about any sort of health benefits, insurance rates, all of that information that you're going to want to that you need to take into consideration when you're talking about salary, benefits, and compensation. All of that goes into the workbook and needs to be accounted for and gets to be pre-populated. I believe this is the very bottom of the work of this tab. Oh, it keeps going. Yeah. So as it keeps going, it's going to, again, you're going to make some assumptions about some of the things that you're going to need as you're creating your charter school. Again, 0 year and first year. Maybe your first year, you don't need much accounting information because it's just your first year. Maybe your first year, you need lots of legal help and advice because you've got all of that paperwork and all those legal forms that you need help with. So, your legal expenses go down this, your first year, but not your startup year. As you continue to go work through this budget, here's where we're going to look at some other things that you need to remember to take into consideration, like office equipment, like any sort of infrastructure that you're going to need, the internet, staff development, other expenses. Do you need travel expenses? What are you going to, if you're going to recruit and market, what is that going to cost? What cost will that look like that first year when I only have my SFP funds, and then that second year when I've got some state revenue that I've generated? So again, this is where I feel the workbook does sort of help you think through a budget as it sort of line items, things that you may not have thought of or that may have taken for granted that would be sort of in a budget that you didn't have to start from scratch. So if we scroll down a little more, again, still more services and information, everything's great. It will automatically do all of the calculating for you. Here is, so again, I started with 900,000 in grants. Here's what I've used. Of what I've used left, I've got a little over 700,000 left income. That first year where I'm generating state funds with my grant and my state funds, I've got a little over $1 million left after I've gone through all of the different amounts in that second column of the first year startup. So again, pretty comprehensive. It does a really good job, I feel, of helping you work through a budget and what to budget for if this is something that's very new to you, or that if you're not able to get some, maybe some professional help from someone to help you with your budget. Okay, next tab. This is the budget tab. And again, remember, everything is blue. And if it's blue, it's been pre-populated based on information that you gave us prior. So this is what your detailed budget is going to look like based on the information that you pre-populated. So if you need to look at that, you can scroll through this, and this is very much a detailed budget of what things look like and how things will cost, what things will cost. It goes through all the different categories and all the different pieces, and gives you some totals to look forward to near there at the bottom. And again, based on the information that you've given us in the green tabs, all that information populates in the blue tab. And yes, as we go through and highlight some things, you'll see what sort of expenses are incurred as you go through and just look at your overall budget. And as you play with the prior tabs, again, this budget will update to reflect those numbers that you've input. And that's what our bottom line looks like. Okay, our next tab is called the Summary of Finance tab. This Summary of Finance is based on, again, on the information that you've given us for your enrollment and special populations, what state allotment funds might look like that you'll be generating based on your percentage rate. So again, this is just based on your enrollment. If we scroll to the bottom of this, you'll be able to see all the different funds and how they populate and calculate, and you'll see how that those monies, that $700,000 that were generated by state allotment funds, were calculated based on your enrollment. The next tab is a budget summary tab, and it really is just that. There's this, actually, we're going to skip over this tab real quick and go to our budget summary tab. Sorry about that, John. Thank you. And this really is just a summary of your budget. So the first budget tab was a detailed budget. This is a summary of your budget. You can look at this tab and see how that was all summarized for you and how it all calculated. It's pretty detailed, even as a summary, to get a high level view of what your budget looks like and what you'll be planning for in the next few years. The last tab is a formulas tab. It just sort of lets you see how things are calculated. But again, this tab is just there to show formulas and information. But again, a blue tab that you will not be able to touch and look at, but it does give you information on how things are calculated and how payments go through and are received. So if you scroll down through the bottom of this, again, you'll just see what those monthly payments look like based on the formulas that TEA has. Now, I know that was sort of a quick overview of what the workbook is and how it acts. I do know we have some time for questions. I'm going to use the whole panel to help me with some of these questions as they come in. But I hope that at least with that quick little introduction of the financial workbook, you're able to at least get a high level idea of what to budget for, what the budget is looking for, what we're looking for as we review your application, and some of the detailed information that you'll want to provide for us so that you'll be well prepared for those application interviews should you get chosen. So I'm going to hand this off to the rest of the panel for questions and see what we got.
One question is, are board members eligible to be reimbursed for incurred expenses?
Oh, you want me to take that, Joe?
Yes, please.
No problem. When you review the charter school law presentation, again, that's on our website, it will outline, I believe, the expenses that are allowed and permissible. But there are allowable costs, but others are not. So I would just look at that presentation for a more robust answer.
Thank you, John. Natalie, we have a question regarding budget information in the seminars or office hours.
Yes, so if you look at the additional supports webpage, you'll notice that one of the programmed support seminars is strictly about finance, including budget alignment and CSP allowable costs, which you will see in Arnold's presentation, can raise a lot of question marks. And then, of course, after attending that session, if you do have follow-up questions, we can try to answer them in the office hours. However, if they're out of our purview, then we'll just research those answers and make sure that they're put in the FAQ document.
Thank you. Question, can you share the CSP grant information? Specifically, is it awarded once and covers reimbursable expenses for up to 18 months? This is going to be covered in the CSP presentation, and if you still have questions, please feel free to ask after that presentation. Next question, can you show us how to zero it out on the workbook?
Yeah, I'll, absolutely. So if we go back to the enrollment tab where you sort of start with your book, if I zero out just the average daily attendance, the 93% that's below this, and again, I literally just zero it out manually. If I zero out all those lines, if I go to, when I go to the summary of finance tab, you'll notice that it's all blank now. So every tab sort of speaks to another tab. That's why I said it was very important that if you don't include what you believe might be your average daily, your ADA average for the year, this will not populate correctly. So you can manually blank out any cell that you want. This is not populated for you with any sort of budget numbers at all. It's just populated with either categories or information that you supply to us.
Next question, and we only have time for a couple of more questions. We're a little bit behind. We'll add a little time to our lunch schedule. To clarify, the CSP Startup Grant is awarded in October.
So I think Arnold will be covering when you'll actually get a notice of grant award.
Next question, can you show us how to zero out the CSP amount and not the ADA?
Sure, just one second.
Okay, so again, if I want to go in and zero out any of this information, I just go in and zero it out just manually myself. And I decide what the award amount is that I think I'm going to apply for when I apply for my grant. Again, it was not pre-populated. I just pre-populated 900,000 just for the purposes of this example and this webinar.
Thank you. There are currently no more questions in our Q&A. John, do you want to get us to lunch? And then we're going to add about, let's just go ahead and add 10 minutes. So we'll meet you back here at 11:55 and try to make up that time in the afternoon. Is everyone all right with that?
I'm great with that, Drew. I'm great with that. For the attendees, though, I think the panelists are just going to go ahead and probably turn their screens off. So that means we will not be available. We will review Q&A that come in during lunch, after lunch. All right, y'all have a good lunch. We'll see you in a bit.
This morning.
Thanks, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Hey everybody, we will start in about 2 minutes. So if you want to get some water or something and bring, come on back in 2 minutes. All right, everybody, I'll give you about 30 more seconds. All righty, then looks like we're at about 59 attendees. So we will go ahead and get started. Let's see, up next, we have Arnaldo Alanis and Melissa Giesberg in a supporting role to talk to you all about the federal startup grant. Arnold, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself while I pull up your slide?
Yes, good morning. It's still it's 5 minutes till noon. So good morning and welcome to the applicant information session. We're going to talk about the CSP grant. My name is Arnoldo Alanis. Go by Arnold just because it's even easier for me to say Arnold than it is Arnoldo. And then with me, of course, is Melissa Giesberg, the backbone of the CSP grant and part of a two-member team that kind of oversees the federal discretionary startup grant that we administer through the United States Department of Education. So it looks like John's got my presentation loaded. And I guess we'll get started.
We're ready.
In a good spot? And John's going to be driving the bus. So he's going to be driving the slides for me today because I just kind of find it a little bit easier that way. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. So we're just going to give an overview of the CSP grant. And currently the CSP startup grant contacts at TEA are Marian Shetty, whom you've already met. She's the director of our division, the Charter School Authorizing Administration Division. I am the assistant director and the CSP grant project director. Melissa Giesberg is the senior research specialist that works most closely with data associated with the CSP grant and reporting requirements to the Department of Ed and that sort of thing. And then on the grant manager side, we have a couple of folks in the Division of Grant Administration with whom we work. Paul Michaels has been our grant manager for the last couple of years now. And then Eleanor Blyce we're also working with her, I think more, with the grants associated with the application for charters. So Eleanor is kind of somebody that we've worked with on different projects in the past, but she's kind of getting pulled into the CSP grant piece too. So Paul Michaels and Eleanor Blyce are the grant managers with whom we work most closely in the Division of Grants Administration. Next slide, please. What we're hoping to go over and the information that we're hoping to share with you in today's presentation are these 5 bullets. We want to talk about the purpose of the Federal Charter Schools Program. We want to talk about who's eligible for the CSP grant, right? And we want to also get into allowable uses of these funds should you be awarded a grant, and then also unallowable uses of funds. And then at the very end, we'll kind of go over the pieces that are the CSP startup grant items that are, specifically referenced in the application, in the Gen 27 application. So let's go into the purpose of the charter school program. And of course, this is kind of at the federal level. So, the purpose of the charter school program, as it is referenced in the federal statute, is to expand opportunities for all students, particularly those who have traditionally been underserved, and to attend public charter schools and meet challenging state academic standards. The second piece and purpose of the grant is to provide, or of the charter school program, is to provide that financial assistance for the planning, program design, and initial implementation of charter schools. And then finally, the third piece of the purposes is to increase the number of high quality charter schools available to students across the United States. So again, this is kind of more, this is tied directly to the purposes at the federal level, but the purpose of the Texas charter school program is pretty much the same, except as it applies to the state of Texas. Next slide, please. So who is eligible to receive charter school program grant funds? An eligible applicant, and again, this is totally tied back to federal statute. An eligible applicant means a developer that has applied to an authorized public chartering authority, that would be Texas Education Agency, to operate a charter school, right? And then also provided adequate and timely notice to that authority that they're going to be operating a charter school. So essentially, a sponsoring entity becomes eligible to apply for the CSP grant by submitting the Generation 27 application for charter by the application deadline, right? So there's very specific application process that TEA administers for authorizing charter schools. And an applicant or a sponsoring entity that applies for that Gen 27 charter school would be eligible, eligible applicants for the charter school program grant, provided that they fill out the application and they submit it by the deadline. A sponsoring entity only becomes eligible for award if the charter is authorized by the commissioner and if it's not vetoed by the State Board of Education. And additionally, all contingencies must be resolved and a contract must be executed prior to receiving CSP grant funds. But in essence, if you apply for the charter, right, you're submitting that Gen 27 application, you've kind of met the federal burden of being an eligible applicant. Next slide, please. So now we're getting into the issue of a charter management organization. We're going to get into this a little bit later as well, but essentially a charter management organization is defined as a nonprofit organization that operates or manages a network of charter schools linked by a centralized support, operations, and oversight. So while we don't see a lot of CMOs applying for charters, annually in Texas, we do see some, and we are aware that there could be CMOs in the audience right now, or individuals affiliated with charter management organizations. So at some point, TEA needs to verify if a sponsoring entity of a proposed charter school is affiliated with a charter management organization. So it could be that the applicant is not affiliated with nor proposing to contract with a CMO in any way. And it could be that the applicant is affiliated with or proposing to contract with the CMO in the future if they're authorized. If the applicant is affiliated with or proposing to contract with the charter management organization, the applicant will have to disclose in this application whether or not the CMO currently receives or whether the CMO does not currently receive or will not receive CSP funds directly from the USDE, because USDE offers CMO grants in addition to grants to state entities like TEA. They also offer grant opportunities to CMOs that they can apply for directly to the department. The CMO currently receives the CSP funds directly from the USDE, or the CMO will receive funds directly from the USDE because they've either applied for a grant that has not been awarded yet, or they plan on applying for a future grant directly from the department. So it's really our role at the agency to try to glean this information from the Gen 27 application so that we can make sure that if an applicant is affiliated with a CMO, that CMO is not already receiving charter school program grant funds to expand or serve students in Texas. Next slide, please. If the applicant is affiliated with or proposing to contract with a charter management organization that currently receives or will receive CSP funds directly from the department, TEA can't issue, more than likely wouldn't be able to issue a CSP grant, even if the proposed charter school is awarded, because that school is already going to presumably be funded from the CSP grant funds that the CMO has directly received from the department. Pardon me. Okay, so now we're going to get into allowable uses of funds. We seem to be doing good on our time. Basically, every single funding expenditure, if you're awarded a CSP grant, needs to be tied to a planning activity or an implementation activity. And so the Department of Ed has kind of issued non-regulatory guidance and kind of defines planning activities as the two items listed here, tied to the planning and design of the educational program, which may include refinement of the desired educational results and of methods for measuring progress towards achieving those results, and then professional development of teachers and other staff who will work in the charter school. That second piece is typically where we see a lot of planning activity funds budgeted in most of our budgets that we've reviewed. If a CSP subgrantee budgets money in the planning activity column, it's usually for professional development of teachers or the principals or whatever. So it's tied to professional staff development of those individuals, and that they budget it as a planning activity. Next slide, please. Implementation activities are tied to the initial implementation of a charter school, which may include several different things, but more than likely informing the community about the school, letting the community know, like canvassing the area, trying to get recruit parents and students to attend the school. Acquiring necessary equipment and educational materials and supplies. That is where we tend to see the bulk of implementation costs, or, for starting up a new school, you got to buy a lot of stuff. Acquiring or developing curriculum materials. And then the fourth one is kind of a catch-all, other initial operational costs that cannot be met from state or local sources. Now, of course, those other operational costs would still have to be reasonable, necessary, allowable, and allocable to the CSP program or to the CSP grant. But we can kind of speak from experience that a lot of charter schools do budget a great portion of their CSP grant money to acquire necessary equipment and the educational materials and supplies needed to start the school. Next slide, please. So again, when you're thinking about the startup grant components of the Gen 27 application and you get to the budget piece, you're going to have to kind of budget your funds and based on the type of activities that you're planning to offer. So it's either going to be something that, think of it that it can either be, a planning activity, like we're going to set up staff development for all of our first year teachers, before the school year starts, we're going to, set up these trainings or whatever, that would be a planning activity and those costs would be budgeted in the planning column. planning activity column, and then anything else for like supplies, materials, curriculum development, that sort of thing would be budgeted as an implementation activity. But always think about it in terms of like, is this expenditure tied to a planning activity or is it tied to an implementation activity? And so hopefully, you know, this slide and this presentation will help you kind of weigh those two options and figure out which one, you know, which column to budget that expenditure under. So again, we've kind of talked about allowable costs for planning activities that include, you know, planning and design of the charter school's educational program. You know, the bigger ticket item that we typically see is professional development, training for teachers and staff. And it can also be considered special education support. If you've got, you know, some special education training for your teachers and staff at the school, you know, that would be considered, you know, a planning activity cost that you can set up, you know, and budget for with CSP grant funds. Then allowable costs for implementation activities. Again, we've kind of gone over some of these, but it's one-time startup equipment purchases necessary to implement a charter school, which may include, but are not necessarily limited to, desks, chairs, computers, technology equipment, PE equipment, art, playground equipment. We've even had, you know, charter schools that, you know, purchase like walkie-talkies and traffic cones and stuff to use for their drop off and pickup. You know, if you can justify the expense as a one-time startup equipment purchase that's really needed for your school, it's something that more than likely the CSP grant can pay for. Next slide, please. Can the implementation costs can also include textbooks, library books, reading materials, teaching materials, so long as they are non-consumable. So if you wouldn't be able to purchase, say, student workbooks that are going to be given to each individual student that they would get to write on throughout the year and then get to keep at the end of the school year. Those would be considered consumable items, and those are unallowable costs with the CSP. But if you're buying like just textbooks, library books to, you know, to kind of, you know, build your library at the school and that sort of thing, CSP funds can be used for those because they're non-consumable items and supplies. Costs associated also with the installation of certain items are allowable costs for the CSP, and that includes installation of computers, data systems, networks, and telephone systems. And of course, you know, purchasing the computers, the data systems, and those telephone systems. So you can use these funds for the purchase of those items and costs associated with the installation of those items. Next slide. Okay, there we go. Yeah, allowable costs for implementation activities. And these are a couple of these are kind of new. So under ESSA, they weren't allowed under NCLB CSP before, but you can also use CSP grant funds for one-time startup costs associated with providing transportation to students to and from the charter school campus. So essentially, you know, under the CSP, you can purchase a school bus, provided that, you know, the costs are reasonable, necessary, allocable, and allowable under the grant. And you know, the feds have given us guidance on this. It is something that is allowable, you know, one-time startup costs associated with providing transportation. You know, we've been informed that that is allowable from the department. And so we're passing that information along to you to make that determination. Rental or occupancy costs for the school facility up to the first 30 days of the initial implementation phase, which is kind of like the first 30 days of school, in preparation for opening the charter school campus. You can actually use CSP funds and budget your rental or occupancy costs, you know, for the period after you get the grant and up until the first 30 days of school. And those costs can be covered directly from the CSP grant. Costs associated with carrying out necessary renovations and minor facilities repairs, excluding construction, because construction's a big no-no with most federal grants, to ensure that a new school building complies with applicable statutes and regulations. So in fact, I just took a phone call from a recent subgrantee of the CSP grant, and they were kind of asking about that piece, like, you know, what constitutes minor facilities repairs and what kind of falls outside of that scope. And we haven't received a lot of guidance from the department on this, from the Department of Ed, but these types of budgeted expenditures could also require USDE approval. Like if you say, we want to do this, that, and the other, and you kind of put that in writing, we can go to the department and ask them, you know, is this considered minor facilities repair, or does this kind of go outside the scope of that? But the guidance that we have received from the department is, you know, they've given us examples of minor facilities repairs, and those might include like repairing a leak in a roof, replacing a broken window, and replacing a furnace or air conditioning unit. In essence, what they say is minor facilities repairs neither add to the permanent value of the property nor appreciably prolong its intended life, but rather keep it in efficient operating condition. And their reference is the Code of Federal Regulations, or CFR, 2 CFR 200.452. Again, that's 2 CFR 200.452. So again, this is kind of, you know, it's a general, you know, term that, you know, costs associated with necessary renovations and minor facilities repairs are allowable. But again, like I talked to that subgrantee yesterday, I said, you can fix the part of the roof that's leaking, and that would be allowable to use CSP funds for it. But if you re-roof the whole building, that's probably going to fall outside of the scope of it, because it's now kind of, you know, potentially increasing the value of the property by having a brand new roof, and certainly prolonging its intended life. So, you know, costs associated with those renovations and facilities repairs it's going to be kind of tricky, but we can look at that as needed, as, you know, applicants, you know, put that information into their applications. Next slide, please. Excuse me. Allowable costs for implementation activities also include financial management software and training. And for brand new LEAs, that's a really big deal for us. If you are awarded a charter, you are authorized by the commissioner, and you go through this process, you're going to need to be able to have financial management software in order for, you know, reporting back information to TEA and that sort of thing. So we will look specifically to make sure that you include this financial management software purchase in your application somewhere, either in the narrative portion of it or in the budget directly, or in both, because it's something that you're going to need as a brand new local educational agency. You can also use CSP grant funds for property insurance to cover equipment purchased with CSP funds. And you can also use CSP funds on other appropriate non-sustained costs that cannot be supported from other sources. Again, that's kind of the catch-all. So this is kind of another big ticket item for payroll. You can use CSP grant funds, or CSP grant funds can be used to fund positions, right, through payroll. You can pay for salaries for teachers, school leaders, specialized instructional support personnel salaries, limited during the planning phase, pardon me, during the planning phase and up to the first 30 days of the initial implementation phase, which, as I referenced earlier, is when the school actually begins operating. So from the time that you're awarded the grant through the first 30 days of school, you theoretically can use CSP grant funds for personnel salaries associated with teachers, school leaders, and specialized instructional support personnel. That's, I believe, taken directly from the federal statute. So ESSA, which is, you know, the the federal law, the Every Student Succeeds Act, you know, it's very clear, you know, on what I say it's clear, it's very specific on who can be funded with CSP grant funds in terms of personnel. So again, specialized instructional support personnel, it's got to be instructional support personnel. We've seen, you know, where schools wanting to fund the salary of the superintendent secretary, but that secretary is not the specialized instructional support personnel's position. So we have to ask those applicants to remove, you know, any funds for that position because it's not something that's covered under allowable costs. So again, you can pay for the salaries for these individuals so long as the individuals are actually conducting planning or implementation activities, right? So if 100% of their time, you know, before school starts is going to be, you know, doing recruiting and, you know, canvassing neighborhoods and, you know, hiring new staff and, you know, recruiting staff and that sort of thing to start up the school, then technically you could say, okay, well, 100% of their salary on those days can be funded with the CSP grant. Once school starts, and say you have a principal that's been hired and you've been paying for that principal's salary, you know, before school started 100% with CSP grant funds, once school starts, the expectation is that that principal is now conducting their job as the principal of the school, right? So they're not necessarily working on planning or implementation activities anymore. They're doing their actual jobs as, you know, as a principal or as a teacher or whatever the case may be. So at that point, you know, especially once school starts, the expectation is that those individuals may still be partially funded from the CSP grant for those first 30 days, but not completely 100% funded. That you know, those teachers or those principals, school leaders, you know, specialized instructional support personnel, they may still actually be doing planning or implementation activities during those first 30 days where, like, after school, they're going to go out, you know, and, you know, canvass the neighborhood, or there may be some professional development activities, you know, planning activities that'll be conducted after school starts. Certainly for those, you know, portions that are tied either directly to planning activities or implementation activities, that portion of their salary can be paid after the first 30 days. But as I'll show you on the next slide, please, if personnel do split their time between ongoing operational activities like being the principal or teaching math or whatever, and then, you know, also conducting planning and or implementation activities, the school will need to keep accurate time and effort records to show what percentage of time that individual or those individuals were actually working on grant specific activities. So time and effort, Melissa and I are both split funded between federal funds and state funds. We have to keep time and effort at TEA because some of our work is directly associated with the CSP grant and some of it's associated with other stuff that we do that's required in state law. So we keep time and effort. You would have to keep time and effort for those personnel if they are splitting time between, again, ongoing operational activities like what their job duties are, and then those planning and implementation activities that are tied with opening and, you know, the successful launch of the charter school. Next slide, please. Okay, so unallowable use of funds, we've got a couple of slides. They're pretty basic, again, tied to a lot of federal grants that you're going to encounter if you're actually, you know, authorized to operate a school. These are unallowable throughout a lot of those too, but these are some pretty specific items that we can refer to as absolutely unallowable. And I'm just going to kind of read through them as they're listed here. Next slide. So field trips, hosting or sponsoring of conferences or advisory councils, cost of memberships. That one comes up a lot. You know, we want to pay for a membership in this organization or that organization. It's like we've received guidance from the department that, membership cost is kind of an ongoing thing. And so they kind of consider that more as an ongoing cost as opposed to a startup, one-time startup cost. Salaries or contracted personnel beyond the first 30 days of the initial implementation phase of the charter school, which, as we referenced, kind of is the first day of school. Debt service or lease purchase, not allowable. A good example of that would be a copier. Like you could totally purchase a copier outright as a one-time startup cost, but you wouldn't be able to lease a copier with CSP grant funds because it's not a lease. Again, it's, the department kind of considers that as an ongoing cost as well. Whereas if you just purchase a copier outright, you're buying it and it's property of the school, and it will hopefully have a long life and make plenty of copies and that sort of thing. So that's kind of the debt service lease purchase issue that, that's considered more of an ongoing cost than a one-time startup deal. Next slide, please. Rental or occupancy costs, again, allowable, but not beyond the first 30 days of the initial implementation phase, or basically the first 30 days at school. Purchase or lease of land or real estate, unallowable. Construction, again, big no-no for most federal grants unless it's like a construction grant. Consumable, instructional, or other supplies and materials. We talked about the example of the workbooks, right, for students, that those are consumables, and because they're consumables, you can't use CSP grant funds on that. Accounting, bookkeeping services, except for the purchase of the accounting software to comply with financial accounting and that sort of stuff. So like when you've got to report back to TEA, you've got to have an accounting system that will allow you to do that and meet all the requirements for doing that. So again, something to consider as a CSP grant expenditure for new applicants. Next slide, please. Annual audit services, ongoing food services, other property and liability insurance, interest on loans, deposits of any kind, such as security deposits, service deposits, religious instruction, materials, or insignia. Can't use CSP funds for that stuff. And not only that, like charter schools as public schools are supposed to be non-sectarian in all of their operations. So we've had, when the United States Department of Ed sends their monitors over to monitor our grant with them, we've actually had, USDE monitors go to a new charter school and they end up, finding some religious iconography at the school or whatever. It should not be visible, regardless of whether you can't use CSP funds to purchase it, but it shouldn't be visible anywhere in the school, in an auditorium, a cafetorium, library, anything like that. So just kind of keep that in mind. Extracurricular activities such as UIL competitions, athletic programs that are not part of the state required PE program also cannot be funded with the CSP grant. So we're going to get into the initial items that are embedded in the Gen 27 application. These are they. You've got these bullets, the qualified opportunity zones, or what we call QOZs. There are some statutory requirements that are embedded throughout the application as well. Pardon me, I think my allergies are acting up, y'all. And program requirements that are tied to student outcome goals. Pardon me again. I'm losing my voice. Excuse me. So yeah, we'll go into the program requirements tied to student outcome goals, and then we'll talk a little bit about the two attachments that are also associated with the Gen 27 application. One of them being the CMO receipt of funds, where we try to ascertain whether or not the sponsoring entity is tied, or affiliated with the CMO in any way, and whether that CMO has or will receive CSP grant funding. And then there's an equitable access and participation attachment that applies pretty much to a lot of the federal grants that are administered by the agency. And so we'll cover that little piece as well. So the QOZ, or the qualified opportunity zones, if the applicant proposes to open a charter school in one of those QOZs, the application scoring process will allow for us, or TEA, to award a priority point for those applicants who are committed to serving students who would otherwise attend a school located in a QOZ. My recollection from what we told the Department of Ed that we would do is, it's not just to say we're going to open and serve students who reside in these school districts that are part of the QOZ. The school itself actually has to be located in that qualified opportunity zone. I believe there's a link in the application that will take you to, to a website that will show you like where those qualified opportunity zones are located in the state. And, you may already have an idea of where you want to serve students, and you'll be able to tell one way or the other whether or not that location is in a QOZ. And again, it doesn't have to be, your proposed charter school doesn't have to be opened in a QOZ, but it's something that the USDE has kind of put a focus on, and then we told the department in our grant that we would also put a focus or emphasis on it. And that's where we're awarding the priority point, to any applicants who do commit to opening a school in that QOZ. Well, now we're going to get into the statutory requirements as a reference that were embedded directly into the Gen 27 application. Each of these items has to be answered because it's something that's required in section 4303F of the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA. And then you can also find each one of these pieces, required pieces, in US Code, section 7221BF, and then all those extra citations. So the first statutory requirement that you will encounter is on page 15 of the application, and it discusses roles and responsibilities. So you've got the US Code citation and also the ESSA citation. And we ask that you describe the roles and responsibilities of the sponsoring entity, any partner organizations, and charter management organizations as applicable, including the administrative and contractual roles and responsibilities of such partners. Again, language taken directly from the federal statute, and all applicants will have to address that narrative piece. The second piece is, I believe, found on page 21. Again, citations there in orange, but we ask that you describe how the board and the applicant team have assessed and built parent and community demand for the proposed school, and to discuss specific outreach strategies that were used to build that parent and community demand. Also, we ask the applicant to describe plans to support the ongoing use of effective parent, family, and community engagement and solicitation strategies to implement and operate the proposed charter school if it is awarded. The next narrative piece and statutory requirement, I believe, is found on page 23, and it addresses student transportation plans. Ask the applicants to describe the plan for meeting the transportation needs of all the students at the proposed charter school. Again, just want to reiterate, we talked about allowable use of funds, and that, under ESSA, new charter schools can use CSP funds to purchase, one-time startup costs associated with student transportation, up to and including school bus. That being said, a charter school is not required to provide transportation to students unless, that student's IEP states that they need transportation services provided. So again, your plan may be very different from, somebody else who's, sitting in this information session. The plans are going to vary, but we do ask that you describe it if you have one, and then if you say you don't want to leave these blank because they're statutory requirements. If you're not planning to provide transportation services to students, pardon me, you would put that in that narrative, and then just kind of reference it, like, because you have to, so, yeah, we'll provide transportation services only to students who require it in their IEPs or their individualized education programs. It's kind of a special ed thing. So the next statutory requirement is found on page 24. That's where we start getting into the CSP startup grant and proposed use of funds. We ask the applicants to describe their planned activities and expenditures of grant funds to open and prepare for the operation of the proposed charter school. So what that means is there's a narrative section where you're going to describe how you're going to spend, up to $900,000 in these funds. I don't think I referenced that anywhere in the application, but the CSP grant awards are up to $900,000. They can be less, but they can't be more, regardless of how many campuses you're planning to open under your charter. The maximum grant award is $900,000 or sub-grant award. You're going to describe in that narrative how you're planning to spend that money. And it should be, fairly specific, right? And then when you kind of look at the bigger picture and the completion of the Gen 27 app, that narrative should also be pretty obvious. Like there should be some correlation between that narrative for this statutory requirement and the actual budget, like the budgeted expenditures in the budget piece. So, we would like to see, correlation between the description of how you're going to spend the funds and then how the funds are actually budgeted in the application. And finally, on page 24 also, we ask that the applicant describe how they will maintain financial sustainability after the end of the grant period. So once the school opens and operates for a couple of years and then the CSP grant goes away, the applicant will have to describe how the school will continue to operate with regard to the funds that they have at their disposal. So you'll have to maintain that financial sustainability by keeping your enrollment up and that sort of thing too. But we ask for a narrative description of how you're planning to do that. And I think that's the last of the statutory requirements, and then we move into the program requirements. And so on page 16, so we started on page 15, we went through page 24, pardon me. Page 16 of the application asks for applicants to identify 3 to 5 specific student outcome SMART goals. And SMART goals, if you aren't familiar with that, SMART, is kind of an acronym for specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound that can be achieved by the beginning of year 3, which is August of 25, assuming that the school starts when it's supposed to start. And I'm trying to, I think I had a note there. To be more specific, all SMART goals should pretty much be attainable by the end of the CSP grant project period, which more than likely will be July 31st, 2025. So you have to be able to accomplish these goals before the end of the grant project period. So you don't want to have goals that are so far out that you won't be able to report on them for your final reports to us. It'll be something that you'll want to occur during the grant period, more than likely towards the end of the grant period, but certainly can occur before, you can have year 1 goals, you can have year 2 goals, whatever. But again, they have to be attainable prior to the end of the grant project period, which more than likely, we don't know this for certain yet, but we're assuming that the grant project period will end July 31st, 2025 for this group of subgrantees. Okay, finally, we get to the startup grant addendums. We've got 2 attachments that deal specifically with, again, the CMO issue, the receipt of funds. Is the sponsoring entity a CMO or working with the CMO that is currently receiving or will receive CSP grant? We want to know. We want to do our due diligence to make sure that a charter school is not getting double funded by CSP grants, issued by the department. And then finally, there's an equitable access, the CSP attachment number 2, equitable access and participation. This is where you'll check the appropriate boxes to indicate whether any barriers are foreseeable to equitable access and participation for any groups that will receive services funded by this federal grant. Again, this is the equitable access and participation piece is something that kind of applies to all federal grant, or I don't want to say all of them, most of them, Title I and that sort of thing. But say, for example, I used to work I used to work in the migrant division. We process, federal Title I Part C migrant funds. This equitable access piece, for a grant that was meant to serve migrant students, it's like, what kind of barriers exist, for migrant students that, these grant funds will be used for to help? And it's like, well, migrant students are highly mobile, right? That's kind of one of the big ones. So that was one that most applicants would check, to say, this is what, high mobility is one barrier or whatever. For the CSP grant, since it's a brand new charter school, you're trying to build up and start the school, you may not have any barriers for any of the student groups that, that you plan to use these funds for, but then again, you may. So just kind of keep that in mind when you're completing that equitable access and participation attachment. And I think that's pretty much it. And I don't know, I think we're good on time to answer any questions. And I noticed there's some Q&A questions and some chat questions that I haven't looked at.
We're good on time, Arnold. You are correct.
Great.
Let's start with a CSP question. Can you roll over funds for the next year if any money is left over?
Yes, you can. Your grant project period will be likely, will be at least 24 months. It'll probably be a little bit longer than that, depending on when the start date of the grant is. Again, we kind of talked about the end date of the grant. But yeah, I mean, you won't be issued like a year one amount and a year two amount. You'll get the lump sum, you'll have access to the $900,000 subgrant award, and you'll have the entire grant project period to spend that money down. There's no real carryover. Once a grant project period ends, any remaining funds that haven't been used, we'll have to essentially return those funds to the department. They don't like it when we do that, so we encourage you guys to spend down to the last penny if you can. But obviously we'll want to make sure that those expenditures are true and correct and allowable, and we wouldn't want you to spend down everything and then spend it on stuff that's unallowable. So kind of keep that in mind. But yeah, it's not, again, it's an entire grant project period over which, you would have the time to spend these grant funds, the full award.
Thank you for that. I currently don't see any CSP specific questions, but we can answer a few other questions that are in the chat. Marion, you might want to weigh in on some of these. First of all, the question is, I was under the impression you can only apply for a charter if you had a nonprofit. Second part is, if the nonprofit currently is not affiliated with any charter schools, but is the umbrella for the charter I am applying for in December, does it count as a CMO? Anybody want to take that?
Yeah. Marion, sorry. I think you were signing.
Go for it, John. Yeah.
Oh, no. So that's a great question. And I think maybe the use of, I guess, the CMO conversation confused a bit. Yes. So to be an eligible entity, you need to be a tax-exempt 501c3 status or a governmental entity or a public college or university to be eligible under subchapter D. I think what Arnold was talking about was some applicants, either experienced operators or otherwise, choose to contract with organizations called charter management organizations. So you don't have to do that. You don't need to be affiliated with a CMO. However, if you are affiliated with a CMO, Arnold was just talking about there's some additional parts of the application that you have to fill out. And I hope that makes a bit more sense. So you do not need to be affiliated with a charter school to apply.
And I would just say, if you have questions around your current structure, send us an email and we can talk through your specific situation and help you kind of walk through and understand how and what applies to you.
Thank you. I have another question that's similar. If the MPO does not currently sponsor any charters, then I lost the question. I'm sorry, the question disappeared. Let's see if it comes back. Okay, let's go on to another one, and I'll come back to this. Can you clarify, is it awarded once? I'm imagining this is the CSP grant.
Right. It's a one-time award. Of course, after authorization and after contingencies are cleared and a contract is signed and a county district number is issued, it's a grant that's awarded. It's kind of a one-time grant, maximum award again $900,000, and so yes, it is only awarded one time.
Thank you. Here's another question about the tax exempt 501c3. Do we have to have it prior to submitting? John, could you answer that for us, please? I'm going to look for that other question.
The answer is no. You need to file for that tax exempt status prior to submitting. So if you do not have a final status letter from the federal government by the time you apply, you need to submit at least the form that you fill out requesting that, or the acknowledgement form that you get from the IRS saying that that file is in process. Otherwise, you'll submit your final determination letter in there.
Here is the question I was looking for, but I really think you answered it, but let's answer it again. If my NPO is the umbrella for my charter, is it considered a CMO?
So I think I might need a bit more detail from that question, but if I'm understanding the question correctly, so the sponsoring entity will not have any other charter schools underneath it, as if we're using the term umbrella. So your sponsoring entity will be eligible to apply for one charter school, and that's it. And I'm not sure, am I missing a piece of that, you all?
The question asker only clarified that they don't currently sponsor any charters.
Right. And so it's okay. All right. So your sponsoring entity, really short, your sponsoring entity will not necessarily host you as an applicant. Your sponsoring entity is the applicant. So it won't necessarily be sponsoring you as an applicant. So if Charter ABC is the sponsoring entity, then that's who we would consider to be the applicant. They will not be the kind of like umbrella organization, as it were.
Thank you.
And I would just reiterate, if you have any questions around your particular organizational structure related to this, please don't hesitate to reach out to us and we can set up some time or take advantage of the office hours that will be starting as well too.
I do not see any more questions currently. We can wait a few minutes. We have a cell phone break scheduled for 12:50. If nothing comes in, we can go ahead and take our cell phone break.
So we'll see you back in what, 5 minutes?
Sounds
so
good.
Yeah, we'll see y'all in 5 minutes. Get us back on track. Hey everybody, we will start in about 2 minutes. We're going to give you extra 2 minutes. So grab your bottle of water, finish up your emails, and we'll see you in 2 minutes. Well, all right, everybody. Hope you got your water, finished up your emails. We're going to go ahead and transition into our presentation on special education requirements. Scarlett, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself and your teammate, go ahead.
I sure do. Thank you so much. And you can go ahead and advance to the next slide. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Scarlett Pappas. My colleague Janelle Weber is also here, and she's going to be helping me present today. What you see on your screen right now is the True North statement of the Office of Special Populations and Monitoring. I'm sharing it with you today because we really want you to know our commitment to working with all stakeholders to hold a high expectation and strong systems to achieve equitable outcomes for students in special populations. Today, we're going to really specifically focus more on special education. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Janelle to go over our objectives.
Thank you for that introduction, Dr. Pappas. I am Janelle Weber, and I'm happy to be here with all of you today. Some of our objectives today are to make sure everyone has access to the federal and state laws that promote our North Statement. We'll highlight Child Find, and we've linked a lot of resources that you can dive into to learn more about the requirements for individual education program development. Next slide.
So what we've done is purposefully designed this deck so that we're highlighting key phrases and resources that you can refer to now, as well as later as you start to operationalize your procedures. I want to start by kind of aligning ourselves on some vocabulary that we come across quite frequently in special education. The first one is when people refer to special education services, specifically what they're asking about is the instruction that is going to be specially designed for students specifically to meet their unique set of needs. That may include making the adaptations to the content, the method, or even how that instruction is delivered. Another key phrase that you'll hear is related services. When someone is asking about the provision of related services, what we're specifically wanting to know is how is the student going to access services such as occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech, language, counseling, and I heard transportation mentioned in our last presentation. That too is one of those related services that a student may need to meet their functional goals. So we want people thinking about not only what does the student need to meet the academic goals, but also those functional goals.
So the federal law that governs special education is referred to as IDEA. One of the main purposes of IDEA is to ensure that children with disabilities have available to them a free, appropriate public education, or otherwise known as FAPE, which emphasizes special education and related services that are designed to meet their unique needs and prepare them for future education, employment, and independent living.
Okay, so Child Find is a federal requirement that I want to make sure we cover a little bit today. However, I don't want to read all of the federal mandates to you about Child Find. I am going to draw your attention to some key phrases that we pulled from that mandate for IDEA and from the Texas Education Code for full and individual initial evaluations. I think the most important takeaway from these quotes that you may be reading on your screen is that middle bullet. It specifically states that an LEA does not, they can't take a passive approach or wait to refer a student for special education services. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that in a bit. This is particularly important to planning how you plan to use and track your data. Specifically when you're talking about your curriculum planning. A big takeaway from this is that federal statutes in special education are always going to be applied in general education as well, because frequently that is where our students start, is they start in general ed first.
In Texas, a child's eligibility for special education services and most of the major decisions about a child's special education program are made by an admission, review, and dismissal committee, or we call it ARD committee for short. The term used in federal law is the IEP team, or the Individualized Education Program team. Typical members of this committee are the parent, at least one general education and one special education teacher that knows and works with the child, a representative of the school, a person who can interpret the instructional implications of evaluation results, and there are some other special circumstances that would require other members to the ARD committee, one being the LPAC representative for our emergent bilingual kiddos. One of the most common special education citations we see in charter schools during the monitoring process is for properly constituted ARDs. So you'll really want to take note of this slide.
Yes, to kind of piggyback on what Janelle was saying, if you have your cell phone with you, you are welcome to use the QRC code to download one of our favorite resources. If not, there is a link provided for you in the slide deck to access later. But when we talk about the provision of services for students, this is one that does actually provide technical assistance on those services. So I think part of the planning process really requires people to be familiar with what they are going to have to put into place, and then come back to that to see, okay, procedurally, how is that working and how are we implementing those things as we go along? Like Janelle said, that properly constituted ARD is something that sometimes I think charter schools have a hard time dealing with, because often we're wearing more than one hat, but you can't necessarily represent the same role in an ARD meeting. This document will help you navigate those kinds of things.
So some of the key ideas of our presentation is that charters do have the same legal requirements as any other public school in terms of providing special education and related services to students. And they must ensure that each of the students with an IEP receives all special education services and supports identified in their IEP in the least restrictive environment that the student needs in order to receive a FAPE. They cannot deny admission to students based on a disability or because of a student's need for special education or related services. And you must meet all federal and state requirements related to special education.
So another great resource that our program team put together is this one. This one's specific to Child Find and evaluation. This is the one that you would really use for planning services to determine what needs to happen if you think you have a student with disabilities. I used the phrase capacity earlier, and I want to use it here again. When you're preparing that application, what we really need to know is that your proposed LEA has the capacity to provide a full array of non-discriminatory evaluation services, as well as those special education services, related services, and we want to know what your continuum of placement options are. When I refer to a continuum of placement, what we're specifically asking for is where is that child going to receive services for their disability? And that may be, inclusive of instruction, and it may also include where, they're going to be able to access those related services as well.
One of the questions we are frequently asked is that, are there limitations or exceptions for charter schools when it comes to special education? And the short answer is no, there are not. You cannot limit their services, and you must, and it must be provided at no cost to the parents. Next slide.
So let's take a couple more minutes to talk about a multi-tiered system of supports for a response to intervention. LEAs often implement a multi-tiered instructional framework. It's often referred to as MTSS or RTI. And a lot of times that takes place before referring a student to have an evaluation under IDEA. This is because if school personnel suspects the student has a disability, it is critical to the child find process that it occurs in a timely manner, and that no procedures or practices result in delaying or denying that identification. And the big thing that I really want to focus on is that delay does not include, or it does include, RTI. So let me be really specific here and use an example. First and foremost, please know that a parent can request an initial evaluation at any time for a student, whether that child has been through the RTI process or MTSS. But also know that the LEA cannot deny or reject that referral simply because the student has not gone through that RTI or MTSS process that the school has laid out. And I'll stop there.
Here are a couple other questions we get asked a lot. The first one, we're going back to transportation, and if you're responsible for providing transportation. If a child with a disability requires transportation as a related service, then you are responsible for providing that transportation. It can mean to and from school, between schools, travel in and around the school buildings, and specialized equipment, like adapted buses or vans, lifts, and ramps. Another big question we get is about teacher certification. And in the state of Texas and federal law, all special education and related service personnel must be certified, endorsed, or licensed in the area or areas of assignment in accordance with law. That's really important. And then another last question that we get, and this kind of goes back to our limits and expectations, is if a student enrolls and the IEP lists services or services the school doesn't offer generally, you do have to provide those services. So you might need to provide a new setting or service that you have not in the past.
Okay. So when you're planning the design of your school, please think about how students with disabilities are going to be able to access everything that is available to their non-disabled peers. Thinking about that means protecting them, and that's why we have a lot of laws and there's a lot of paperwork that is involved in special education. But it's important that we always comply with those rules. And those need to be considered in the initial planning. And then we really need to check ourselves on the implementation of those things along, especially after the doors open and we're in the process of providing those services. A resource you may want to familiarize yourself with is something that we refer to as the legal framework. Accessing it will allow you to review the special education federal and state laws side by side. You can also look at all of the special education laws that have been categorized by a special education topic. So I do encourage you to use that when you have any questions regarding special education. It is something that I refer to frequently. The areas, some of the special education topics that are particularly important to revisit when you have more time or as you're planning for these services, specifically look at those laws around evaluation. As Janelle said earlier, those ARD committee decisions, because again, that is an area that we see a lot of citations for charter schools. And then last but not least, we really don't have the opportunity to talk a lot about discipline, but that's another area where there are laws that can impact what you're planning to do as you as you start to open those doors and work with students.
Due process and dispute resolution are two things that are available to anyone that needs assistance in resolving disputes related to special education. TEA offers multiple processes for resolving disputes. We have the special education complaint filing with TEA, special education individualized education program facilitation, mediation, and due process hearings.
Okay, digging into data. This is a fun one. This is a fun one because as we know, the TEA has the ability to pull a lot of the data that we need, specifically from PINGS. However, there is data that, that is required to be collected by the LEA, and you need to start kind of collecting that on day one and know your procedures for it, because you're going to need to take responsibility for knowing 3 specific areas that are reported annually to the feds from the state. So those specific state performance plan indicators that are required are specifically SPP 11, which is child find, SPP 12, which is early childhood, and SPP 13, secondary transition. One thing that I want to say is sometimes LEAs that are charter schools will say, oh, we don't have pre-K, we don't have early childhood. And that's fine, but you're still going to have to report on that indicator somehow. So you want to make sure that you have somebody that is going to, like I said, take that responsibility on knowing what's required and how to accurately, report that information to the state.
We are constantly updating our website to provide resources to LEAs and other stakeholders. So here is at the bottom of this slide, there is a link, and save it to your favorites because there's lots of information on there. And we hope that you are taking away from this presentation is that special education is federal and applies to all LEAs. So dive into these resources, and on the next slide, there are even more links available to you listed out as state and federal resources. And good luck to you all.
All right, so with that, I really want to thank the Charter Division for allowing us to come here and present some of this high-level special education information to you. We are all available. We're a team of 3. It's myself and Janelle, and also our teammate Morgan. I am getting tongue-tied here today. My goodness, I am so sorry. We've included all of our contact information. That is a direct office number to me, and you can certainly reach out to us by email anytime. I'm fine to go ahead and move to the questions. I feel like we moved through the slide deck a little bit quicker than I had planned to. But again, those resources, rather than getting, to clicking through them, which if I click on those things, we would be here for 2 hours.
Thank you, Scarlett. There are currently no questions in the Q&A section, but if you have any questions for our special education department presenters, would you please add them to the Q&A right now so that we can address them? Let's give them just a couple of minutes, please. See if
that's fine. I'm kind of laughing to myself. There's nothing like a presenter saying, "Oh, that's fantastic. I did such a great job." But there's also the part of me that says, "Oh, but this is special education. Even I have questions sometimes."
Don't we all? Someone added that there is no question currently, but we'll be reaching out, and we do encourage everyone to do that. You can reach out to the Charter School Division through our email inbox, or you can reach out to any of the staff listed on the slide right there if you want to jot that down. Let's give it a couple of more minutes before we move on.
I also wanted to add really quickly that Scarlett's team will also be presenting at one of our optional support seminars. Again, maybe more in depth on this very topic. So as our attendee noted, if there are questions that develop as you draft your proposals, then please make the time to join us for that session as well.
Yeah, I have a couple of ideas on what I want to dive into a little more deeply for that session. But I also was planning to use this Q&A as an opportunity to gather information and see what was really something that the field or people who are applying have questions on. So again, please don't be shy about asking them. Let us know what it is you want to know more about. Since we do have another second, what I will say is what I said at the top of this is please make sure that you're thinking about special education and other special populations of students throughout your application. You'd love on how transportation works with, okay, I will start.
We'll get that to you as well.
Yep, we can probably include a little bit of information about that in the FAQ that comes up later.
So I want to thank Scarlett and Janelle for being here today and for providing additional information for us. One of the reasons that we're sharing this during our mandatory info session is that this area is something that is really important to us in our application process. So we want to make sure that these students are receiving the services that they need to receive, and that you're planning for that well in your applications. It's something that is a focus of our criteria, and it's something that also that our SBOE members also very frequently ask at the meetings as well. So we really want to make sure that applicants are diving into the laws and requirements, that they have a full understanding of that, and that their applications reflect that as well, both in their school design plan as well as in their budgeting and financial plans as well in order to provide these services.
You know, another thing that I see a lot with charter schools is contracts for a lot of those services. And another thing is making sure you know that the provision of services are going to be compliant, you know, with that, if that's what your plan is to do.
Thank you so much, Scarlett. And we really appreciate you coming by. We're a little bit early, but I think, Drew, you want to just push on through and get the, all right. Well, thank you all so much. All right. So Scarlett, Janelle, thank you so much. And if we receive any questions, we'll go ahead and get them to you and to you all, potential applicants. Again, just to reiterate, if you have questions, feel free to call us or email us in the charter application inbox. And we'll be glad to get a response to you or include it in the FAQ document. All right. Thank you all so much. So up next is Leslie Patton, and she's going to talk to you a little bit about the high quality instructional materials. And this is actually a new addition to our presentations this year. So we're really excited to get this information to you. Leslie, give me a second. I'll get your presentation pulled up. All righty, Leslie, take it away. You're up.
All right, sorry, got to get my screen situated. Okay. Well, thank you everyone for attending. My name is Leslie Patton. I am the Director of HQIM Adoption Strategy here at TEA. I sit within the Division of Instructional Materials and Implementation, and we are a growing team, which is really exciting to see. And there's lots of work going on here. So I'm excited to talk about a big piece of this, which is obviously the high quality instructional materials. So y'all feel free to ask any questions as we're going. I think per lots of virtual meetings like this, I may have trouble seeing the chat, but feel free to just let me know if you have any questions while we're going through. Okay. So before we jump into a conversation about high quality instructional materials, and you'll see me mention it as HQIM, mostly just because it's a little bit shorter to say, I do want to make clear that just having the right tools does not automatically result in effective instruction. So there really is a strategic combination of factors that when combined correctly, promote effective instruction and increase student achievement. So today I'm going to focus specifically on this high quality instructional materials aspect because I believe that it's the base of what is, if it's provided correctly to all students and educators in Texas, that it can make a really big impact. Districts and schools are already spending a lot of money on this factor. And we know, and there's a lot of research to back this up, that high quality is not necessarily more expensive than low quality. So when we're looking at what HQIM really is, we've kind of boiled it down to some specific criteria around that. So when we talk about HQIM, we're really saying that these resources ensure full coverage of our TEKS. They're aligned to evidence-based best practices in the relevant content area. They support all learners, including students with disabilities, English learners, and students identified as gifted and talented. They enable frequent progress monitoring through embedded and aligned assessments. And it includes implementation supports for teachers. We know that just getting the materials isn't enough, but that they have the support they need to be able to implement well. So in 2018, a really interesting study came out that was published by TNTP called the Opportunity Myth. In this study, they had a sample of about 20,000 assignments, and they saw that when kids were given a chance to try grade level work, that students rose to that higher bar more than half the time. So this was true across a lot of different demographic groups, and I would encourage you to, if you have time, dig into this report a little bit more on your own. But they saw across all demographic groups, looking at students of color, students from low income backgrounds, students with IEPs, students who are learning English. In all of those groups, students can and do meet the bar when we give them a chance to. So in spite of the fact that kids are often getting low quality assignments, when we look at just the assignments that gave kids the chance to meet the demands of the standards, we really saw that all students can be successful on grade level assignments when we give them the chance to work on them. We also know that students who get access to grade appropriate assignments, and there's a lot of other resources they looked at if you dig into this opportunity myth report a little bit more, that they could consistently close gaps with their peers if they received year-over-year access to strong academic experiences. This means that the achievement gap isn't inevitable, but it's actually baked into a system where we give students lower quality daily experiences than others. So this really is a compounding effect when we're looking at it year over year. We're focusing today on addressing planning for the academic challenges your students are going to experience. So unfortunately, we've been in this crazy pandemic period for a bit now. And a recent study conducted by researchers at NWEA predicted that students will experience a learning loss of 50% in math as a result of the COVID-19 crisis. As of recently, we've been able to look at this data a lot more in depth with STAR, and being able to get those data points over the last couple months. And we've really seen that a lot of these predictions have come true. So we know that students' learning loss is real and it's large. That's going to have to be something that is addressed in a school setting this next school year. And really, the effects from that are really going to be very long-standing. In the past, we know that we might have addressed learning loss or students who are behind by retaining students, socially promoting them, or remediating students. The problem is that we have research-based evidence that those strategies don't consistently work. So I'm not going to go through the 3 definitions for that, but kind of take some time to read through these on your own. And what we're really going to be talking about here is a different way to look at this that we know works a little bit better and helps students catch up in that learning. A typical response to learning loss might be to start from where students stopped in the learning and try to remediate. But we've been able to look at a lot of research from recent history that shows when there's a significant learning loss that remediation is not the solution. We can use the case studies that we've seen about student achievement after Hurricane Katrina to help us see that remediation is not necessarily the best answer and the best response. So we really do need to look at taking a different approach that begins with grade level content at the heart of instruction. So with our STAR data, we've been able to see that students who are scoring below grade level very rarely catch back up to meeting grade level within 2 years. And that chart just kind of shows that progression. If we're looking at that same group of students, we don't actually see them ever meeting that grade level standard, and that gap gets larger and larger over time. So with COVID, this is really scary because we know that there's going to be a much larger gap of learning loss, something that we're not used to seeing after such a big event happening. And this really begs us to take a look at what we've been doing and think about it differently, because we just simply can't afford to have the massive amount of students that had so much learning loss progressively not meet grade level year over year. And like I mentioned earlier, this is definitely going to be something that we're going to see far down the line in the effects of this learning loss from COVID. So traditionally, we've used remediation by reteaching content from previous grade levels where students' learning stopped. This approach, when we look at it, actually causes students to consistently miss grade level instruction year over year. So you can see on this chart that instead of taking this traditional remediation approach, we should be switching to this acceleration approach to looking at just-in-time intervention. Just-in-time intervention, which we're going to get into a lot more throughout the next couple slides, actually weaves in previous grade level content throughout the school year, so no grade level content is missed. And this way we can start to narrow that gap rather than progressively year over year, not allowing kids to access the full scope of grade level instruction. Acceleration is providing students just-in-time supports that will allow them to access their grade level content. remediation is putting students in below grade level content to fill in all of their previous gaps. The typical approach to remediation, by providing work better suited for earlier grades, won't come that close to catching students up and will likely just compound the problem like we saw in that previous graph of just seeing year over year that students are not actually catching up. So kind of rooting us back to that opportunity myth report that was published in 2018, they found that this approach of meeting students where they are, though it is well-intentioned, pretty much guarantees that they're going to lose academic ground and reinforces misguided beliefs that some students can't do grade level work. The students stuck in this vicious cycle are disproportionately the most vulnerable. And this, when you read the report, this is mostly our students of color from low-income families with special needs, or those learning English. So we really need to look at doubling down on current strategies for catching students up, and make sure that the practices that we have in place are not widening the gap, but we're creating more opportunity for students. So we're really encouraging schools to be ready on the first day of really, starting from day one, but looking at next school year and really spending some time planning about the right strategies for diagnosing lost learning and putting every student on a fast track to get back to grade level. So this strategy is designed to accelerate their exposure to grade appropriate work and not delay it.
Leslie, can you just catch me up on your slides? So sorry, I got lost.
Oh, yeah. Just go to the next one.
All right.
There we go. So looking again at this model, if we look a bit closer, we can see that this just-in-time intervention acceleration approach does require significant operational changes, which can be challenging at the onset. The instructional materials must be designed to enable teachers to provide this type of instruction. And whenever we're bringing in new materials, obviously that comes with a lot of teacher training and district leader training to make sure that these materials are implemented well when they go into the classrooms. So if you guys have not heard about our Texas Home Learning materials, these were developed as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And you also see me refer to these a lot as our THL materials. But these were really intentionally designed to help teachers in a really challenging environment. So teachers are equipped with materials and supports when they use our THL resources that they can spend the majority of their time focusing on supporting students rather than creating materials that fit this kind of crazy environment that we're in right now and have been for the last year and a half. The THL resources can provide powerful supports for your COVID-19 response by providing tier 1 instruction, supporting both in-person and remote learning, and already having embedded ways to address learning loss and decreasing the time teachers have to spend on planning and more time for them to do what matters most to support students. So it really is a full set of materials that the intention is that teachers don't have to do a lot of that planning. They have all the resources they need, and they can really just focus on the heart of teaching. To date, we have a lot of materials that we've released as part of our THL suite. Before I dig into all of these, you can access a lot more information on this on our Texas Home Learning website. But from a very high level, we have 10 different resources that have been released to date, with a few others trickling in over the next year. So like I mentioned earlier, our THL resources cover pre-K to 12th grade and all core subjects, except you'll see we don't have secondary science or social studies. All of these resources listed on here, except for ST Math and Amplify Reading, are full sets of materials and include everything from daily lesson plans and unit assessments to daily videos and family resources to assist with virtual learning. All of the resources, like I said, can be found on our website. They're free to anyone in the state of Texas, which is really exciting. And we were happy to be able to do that during the pandemic. You'll also see, if you look really closely, but I know this is a small image, that some of them have a little O superscript on them. We were really trying to make all of these resources also OER, which stands for Open Education Resources, which, if you're not familiar with that, really means that we own them and they're ours forever. And we can make them free to the state for really forever in perpetuity. So we're really excited about those resources so we can continue to improve them and make sure they stay relevant to schools and that people are excited about using them. And we're also excited that we can offer them just entirely for free. All of these resources went through a really rigorous review process to make sure that they were aligned to our standards, that they had the right supports for all learners, that they could fit this hybrid environment we were in last year and make sure that they could transition well to an in-person setting. So they really do have kind of the full scope of what a teacher would need to be able to implement this in a classroom. So I'm going to look at a specific example of what learning acceleration looks like with some of our Texas home learning math materials. We are going to break down an example from our Eureka Math TEKS Edition product that's part of our THL suite by using these 6 keys to accelerating learning through just-in-time intervention. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time reading through these right now because they're going to appear on lots of other slides, but please let me know if you want me to slow down so we can hone in a little bit more on them. So looking at this first step, which is prioritize the most critical prerequisite skills and knowledge. When planning with the Eureka Math materials, you need to prioritize the most critical prerequisite skills and knowledge. So really understanding what kids should know coming into this lesson or this unit. Within our Eureka Math TEKS Edition materials, you'll actually see at the onset of each unit that they list these foundational standards so that it's really easy for teachers and educators to identify what a student should know to be successful with this next unit. So a lot of times when we're looking at curriculum that wasn't designed in such a way where we're really trying to address that learning loss, it can take some time for teachers and educators to go through and identify what those standards are. So we were trying to make it a very easy one-stop shop so teachers know exactly what they should be looking for before starting a unit. Specifically here, we're looking at a grade 2 module 2 unit on addition and subtraction of linked units. This unit also aligns to the first grade module 3. And then again, those foundational standards for first grade are listed within that second grade module. Click to the next slide, thank you. So Eureka Math, to be able to kind of mobilize those foundational standards, if you will, has some really great resources to be able to assess unfinished learning with either their end of module assessments, which you'll see in that bottom picture. And we also have, as part of our THL suite for free, you can take advantage of Eureka Math Equip, which is digital pre-module assessments to help evaluate that learning loss and be able to see where students are at before starting that unit. So just a quick note too, that these resources, when we're looking at the end of module assessment and Equip, these are very different assessments than using something like an exit ticket or a formative assessment from the current lesson, but they're really focusing on the critical prerequisite standards by utilizing a previous grade levels unit assessment or using that Equip tool, which was specifically built to be able to look at learning loss and be able to assess those foundational standards. And that's given before you even start the modules. So you really have a good understanding and a landscape of where your students are at before you even dig into the module. So this is another example of the different ways that Equip can support diagnosing students' unfinished learning. And I think it's a great tool just because it has that kind of data dashboard, if you will, that can really easily show results to teachers so that they can quickly act on it and use this data for planning for the module and making sure that they're intentionally touching on those different standards if students are showing that they don't quite grasp them before coming into that unit. So we're also going to quickly look at the recommended steps for executing just-in-time acceleration preparation with and without HQIM. So you can see just from the onset that the number of steps when we're looking at without HQIM and with HQIM, that there's a lot more steps that teachers and leaders need to take if they're not using a high quality product that already has all this stuff baked into it. So if that's the case, that just requires a lot more work on the teacher and the leader to be able to, do all of these different steps before they actually dig into the teaching part of it. And those can be really limited with HQIM because it's already built into the product and there's not a whole lot you need to do on top of that. So looking at a few more steps, so outside of the ones that are listed on there, which are kind of your normal internalization steps that you take when you have a new product, just-in-time acceleration requires the key steps we just reviewed, diagnosing unfinished learning and analyzing those results, which has to happen prior to beginning that unit. So kind of what we talked there of being able to test students and see where they're at with those foundational standards happens before they even get into the core unit. So after analyzing the results and internalizing the just-in-time lessons and unit lessons, a teacher can then start executing the lessons and responding to real-time student data. These steps without HQIM, as you can see on this list, are going to take a lot longer because teachers are having to self-create those individualized lessons to adequately execute just-in-time learning. So looking a bit closer at how HQIM addresses the keys to accelerated learning, click to the next slide. When we're looking at these first three steps, so those prioritizing the most critical prerequisite skills, diagnosing students' unfinished learning, and integrating just-in-time lessons and supports, we can really group all of those steps into just adopting a high-quality material. So that kind of knocks out those top three, which can be really time consuming if the materials that you're already using just have that naturally built in. So as you'll see in the next couple slides, we're going to break these three down into one, which is like step one, just find a really high quality product. And that's going to knock out a lot of the work you have to do on the front end. So rather than addressing unfinished learning through 9 weeks of remediation or some other structure that puts students below grade level work, you could take this kind of modified steps to be able to get there. So you'll see I grouped the first three into the one, which is adopt a high quality product. Look at adapting your schedules to ensure that there's proper time to support the scope and sequence, because sometimes that'll look different to what you're used to with a different product, or even just looking at a different system of how the units have been structured. Obviously, we know the importance of training teachers and leaders to execute the just-in-time supports well. And then monitor your students' progress over time. So obviously, it's going to take some time for both teachers and students to adjust to something new. But we've really seen that if you're consistent with it and doing a lot of the teacher training and sticking with it, that student outcomes will come. It just takes some work and commitment to the materials that you're using. So key piece to monitor your progress over time. If doing all of that feels overwhelming because it's a lot of change, and I'd like to think that we're back to a normal school setting, but we're definitely not. So if that feels overwhelming to try and tackle all of that with a new school year, you can also just think about taking just 3 of these steps and applying it to something like a spring pilot, where you just pick a few grade levels, try a new unit of a high quality instructional material, and kind of piece it back like that. So you can, if we're thinking about something like a spring pilot, you can just take a subset of these. You can even use spring break kind of as a reset and a regroup to be able to see what things are working well, what's not. Let's get teacher feedback. We can look at the student assessments. And then on top of that, after a spring pilot, you could look at STAR results and get all of those different data points together to really use that to plan for the summer and fall semesters. So it definitely is challenging to just kind of go from 0 to 100 with something new and to switching to a high quality product. But we've seen great success with a lot of districts and schools kind of using this piloted approach to see what works well in their local setting and what doesn't. And that's a lot of the process is doing that. So would love to talk about more if we have time during the Q&A about what this could look like. But we have a lot of different programs and supports right now in helping districts pilot this in their own setting and be able to do that debrief and kind of looking towards the future of what their planning looks like for the full year. So that's a lot of me talking. So I would love to just take 1 or 2 minutes. If you guys in the chat can put how you were thinking about accelerating learning for students for this next school year. So we'll just take a couple minutes here because I've got one more thing I want to wrap up with. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this so far and just share what you guys are thinking about. I'm sorry, I've not been managing this chat well, so I will get to these. I'm realizing now this may not be an open chat situation, so y'all please let me know if that is not the case.
Oh, no problem. Applicants are able to insert Q&A and chat.
Great, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna pause and answer a couple of the questions that are on here just while we have some time. Yes, the 2018 report was the opportunity myth. It's published by TNTP. Resources like Eureka Math Equip are free. Yes, free to charters. It's a free sign up. Just go on to texashomeLearning.org. Really easy way to sign up. Completely free. Other Amplify, RLA, and Odell Texas units be released. To my knowledge, I think those are all out at this point. So my slide may have been outdated if those were on there, but everything should be totally published at this point. Okay, I'm gonna keep moving because I've got a couple more slides and then we'll circle back on questions because I'm gonna wait some time allotted to that at the end. Okay, so I want to spend my last couple of minutes here talking about a different resource, though heavily related to a lot of the stuff I've been talking about before, which is our Texas Resource Review. So click to the next slide. Oh, there we go. The purpose of the Texas Resource Review, and we like to talk in acronyms over at TA, so we call it the TRR, is to really help assist districts in selecting HQIM through providing comprehensive and easily understood information about the quality of instructional materials. So from a very high level, the TRR process obviously starts by instructional materials being submitted for quality review. When this happens, they go through kind of a two-pronged review. The first is looking at the TEKS and TPG coverage, where reviewers determine which standards are met. Oh, there we go. And then the second one is the quality review process, which is really looking at how well those standards are met. So it's doing both kind of the high level and then more in-depth piece. And then it's putting all of this very detailed information in a super user-friendly report that's published online. If you go to the TRR website, you'll see that it has two main resources. The first is the TRR rubrics. So all of the rubrics that we use to actually do these quality reviews are published on there. We are still working through having these rubrics up across all subject areas. But we have a good chunk up there right now. And these rubrics show the criteria that reviewers actually use when they're reviewing the product. I think these are great because we know that local contexts are very different, and sometimes the process that is run at the local context is not something that we can mainstream across every single district or every single LEA. So we're hoping that these rubrics can really serve as a resource for your own process. You're not having to create your own rubrics when you're looking at adopting something new, and you can take advantage of the ones we've already put together. The second thing on there is the TRR reports. So these reports, which we'll dig into a little bit more in the next couple of slides, are really detailed findings, and it has evidence about the instructional materials itself. So it's really just trying to give you guys a comprehensive look at different instructional materials so that you can make the best decision for your local context. So this is an example of the TRR pre-K rubric. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time here, but you can see that it outlines all of the different indicators that reviewers check for within the materials. And that these are broken down into larger sections. So when you dig into a rubric, you'll be able to kind of see it at this high level and then look into it a little bit more deeper about what each of the indicators mean and what specifically looked for within those. So I'm not going to change screens here and show you what the website actually looks like, but if you were to navigate there, it should look very similar to this. All of the rubrics can be really easily downloaded by visiting the TRR website and using where it has that little red circle using that drop down below about TRR. And if you were to click into that, you'll be able to see additional information about the ways that this can support the local selection teams in their process. So when you first bring up the reports, you see this view, which I know is probably a little small while y'all are looking at it, but it has all of the section scores visible for all the products and kind of broken down by those different indicators. So I'm going to jump into a little bit more detail. So within each quality review report, you can then kind of, you'll see it's a hierarchy if you're noticing the trend of our slides here, where you can kind of take it from the highest level of just those composite scores and then continually break down more and more detail as you need it to make a really informed decision about the product that you want to select. So within each of these reports, you can select that drop down to see how well the product met, partially met, or did not meet the indicators. And then from there, the evidence is collected that results in the determination of the score. So this is an example where you can see the level of detail is very extensive in order to help provide local teams with really detailed information. So you can kind of, choose your adventure there in terms of how detailed you want to get into the materials. But we're hoping that this really takes a lot of the work off your plate and being able to, create your own rubric, run your own process where we're really doing that review for you. And this is a great place to come for that really detailed information so you can make a good decision. So outside of that, it's just deciding on what the qualities that your LEA or your district wants, and then finding a product that really meets those needs. And I know I sped that through very, very quickly, but there's a lot more information on our Texas Resource Review website. So that link is dropped there, and I'm happy to put this in the chat if you guys aren't able to capture it here. But I would definitely encourage you guys to take some time to explore it on your own. It's a great resource, and it's something we continually update and are expanding out to other subject areas and grade levels. So it's something that we're really excited about and hope that it alleviates a lot of work off of y'all's plate. But if you have any other questions about it, please let me know during our Q&A time.
Thank you, Leslie. We do have one question that asked if you could repeat where to access the free resources for the charter applicants.
Yeah, let me actually just put the link in here.
And while Leslie is doing that, I want to just come on and say thank you to her and for her time with us today. But also wanted to just kind of caveat this section for everyone. One of the things that we want to make sure is that we're not trying to limit innovation in terms of your school design and your school models. There's just been a lot of resources available for everyone to come out of the agency in the past 18 months, and want to just make sure everyone knows what is available to them and is a really good starting place in terms of investigating high quality instructional materials that align with your school design and what you're looking to do. So we got one of the questions that said, what if you're planning to use isn't in this resource? And that's perfectly fine. So we don't have a requirement that you use these resources, but we're really trying to, I think in this moment where we're all in, where students are going to need kind of rapid acceleration and probably will still need rapid acceleration in school year 2023. We know kind of this is going to take kind of multiple years to catch kids up. Wanted to make sure that you all kind of hear this information that's coming out to the agency that's being shared with existing charters right now, as well as traditional ISDs, and have the opportunity to just take advantage of these resources if you want to. So Leslie dropped that link in the chat. The resource review and Texas Home Learning are great places to start to just kind of poke around and see everything that is available there. So again, there's no requirement that you use any of these for the charter application process, but it's a good avenue and a place, I think, to kind of start your ideas as you are building out your school design.
Yeah, thank you for touching on that. All of our Texas Home Learning stuff and Texas Resource Review, completely optional. We're just trying to put out resources that help people in a crazy time right now and take some work off y'all's plate. So
we do also have links to Texas Home Learning page in our resources pages that John showed this morning. So that will be helpful as well. And then we have another question. I don't know if John or Marion want to answer this. Are we required to indicate the intervention plan for learning loss due to COVID? I'm assuming that's within the application, and if not, please respond to the Q&A to correct that.
So the application doesn't specifically address COVID and catching students up, but we do have a component, a section in the application around learning acceleration, because regardless whether it's COVID or any other reason, and depending on the grade levels that you might serve, when the students aren't on grade level, what's going to be your plan and strategy in order to catch them up? So I would say dive into those questions in the application, take a look at that resource page. And if you have additional questions, it'd be great to ask them during our office hours, and also and in order to be able to kind of get your questions answered at that time too.
Let's see if we get any more questions.
Yeah, I see one. Is the Texas Resource Review mostly focused on elementary grade levels? No, in the long term. We are prioritizing the lower grade levels for K to 5. For now, the Texas Resource Review isn't very old. So we're trying to focus on those first, and then ideal is that we get to all grade levels and all subject areas.
I had a question come in about virtual learning. And so in the most recent special legislative session, the legislature passed Senate Bill 15. I would take a look at that. That allows for a remote learning program for certain entities that are available or eligible for the next 2 years. So basically until the next legislative session. At the same time, there is a remote instruction commission that is going to be meeting in order to help publish some information in a report for the legislature for the next regular legislative session so that they could determine what might be the path forward related to remote instruction. So I would kind of review Senate Bill 15. That'll be in effect until 2023. And then I would kind of like keep your ear to the ground in terms of what comes out of the Remote Instruction Commission that will be advising the legislature as well too.
There's another question. Are there restrictions on charter school grade levels? For example, can you start with pre-K through 2nd grade? Do you need a STAR testing grade? John or Marion or Natalie, would you like to address that question?
Sure, I'll take it. You don't need to start year 1 with a state tested grade. However, by year 3, you do need to be serving a tested grade. So if you start with pre-K, at least by year 3, you need to be serving at least 3rd grade in your growth model.
And I just want to add, by year 5, you need to have 50% of your students in tested grades.
Well, if there are any other questions, I realized I didn't put my contact information on the slide. So if you guys are exploring the resources and have questions about them, please email me and we can jump on a call, or I can follow up via email on any of the answers to those. So thank you guys for your time. I can still hang out for a couple minutes longer too if you guys have any additional questions. So.
Thanks, Leslie, for joining us. We appreciate your time and hope everybody takes advantage of those resources. Leslie's email is in the chat, and we'll make sure that all of our presenters and their contact information are available in our resources as well. So just we've come to the end of our day. So thank you everyone for your participation. We are really looking forward to working with you over the coming weeks with the Generation 27 application process. I'm going to now kind of close us out, and we will have optional Q&A time for anybody who wants to stick around later on, and we'll be here on the line. Also, we have a survey that we'd love for you to complete as well. The only way that we can improve is if you let us know how we can get better. We have a spirit of continuous improvement on our team, and we want to make sure that we're meeting everything and meeting your needs so that you are fully prepared, and any tweaks that we might need to make for our presentation next week as well. So we'll have another mandatory info session next Friday. It will be the same content, same presenters, so you don't need to attend again unless you really wanted to, unless you had like a blast today and you want to do this all over again. And spend some more time with us. And in the meantime, we'll stay on the line. Our office hours and the optional support sessions are going to be a great opportunity for you to attend, get additional information, get your questions answered as we move through the process, as you work towards the completion of those applications by December. So we will be on the line. If anyone has additional Q&A, feel free to use the Q&A function and we will answer them. But if you don't, you're free to go. And our recording of this will be posted on our website. So thanks, everyone. We appreciate you all.
Natalie, it looks like we have a question about the HQIM section of the application and listing instructional materials for all the subject areas. Do you have a little bit to say to that?
Yes, so you will see in the application school design section, there is a high quality instructional materials and instruction section in which there's a table that you are required to complete as part of the proposal that asks you to identify what instructional materials or other curricular resources will be used to develop curriculum, if not a already determined curriculum, and you do have to enter that for all of the core subjects as well as specials. You'll see it's one of those expandable tables that John demoed for us in the application overview. But yes, we are requiring discussion and identification of all of those high quality instructional materials.
We have an additional question regarding CSP grant and whether funds cover after school tutoring. I reached out to Arnold, and his suggestion is that it's more than likely ongoing cost. He also indicates that there would be other funding sources like Title I or State Comp Ed that charter schools could use to fund after school tutorials. So I hope that answered your question. There is another question regarding CRIMSI and if it counts as HQMI. Marion is shaking her head. You want to take that, Marion?
Yes. So CRIMSI is kind of a set of high quality instructional materials that are for COVID acceleration. So kind of all that those same resources are all found in that same area. So yes.
And we have another question, again, pertaining to the 501c3. I'm not sure if someone caught that in the chat. If you don't currently have a 501c3, can you still apply?
So yes, you can still apply. As I said earlier, so if you don't have a final letter of determination from the IRS by the time you apply, you need to submit proof that you have applied. Sometimes that can be what you submitted, or it can be the acknowledgement letter from the IRS. However, I do want to note that you will need, let me look at the date. Okay, so you will need that final letter of determination by May 23rd. So by May 23rd, you will have to show us independently, and we'll add it to your application that you have received that final letter of determination.
John, here's another question for you. Just to clarify, if a church has a 501c3, they can or cannot apply for a charter?
They cannot apply. It is a religious affiliated organization. So to be eligible, it needs to be a tax exempt, non-religious affiliated entity. For you all that are in the chat, thanking us and complimenting us, thank you so much. Again, this is one of the events we look forward to every year. It's kind of one of the more exciting pieces of the job, honestly.
Here's another question. I'll reach out to Arnold and see, unless Mary, you can handle this one. She thinks this is, or we think this question was answered, but if a loan is used for startup, can CSP use towards the loan with proper documentation?
I think in this instance, we need a little bit more information. We will follow up. I think you can take out a loan and use it to purchase items, and then you could receive purchase items, or use it for certain funds, and then you can receive reimbursement for those things if they are allowable costs. And so I would think of it that way, rather than thinking of it as using the CSP grant to pay back the loan.
Thank you. There's a question in the chat. Natalie, you want to take that?
Sure. So this one is regarding awarding charters that start for the middle grades 6 through 8, or preferring them to start at K through 8. We do not have a preference. The agency does not have a preference, and even if we did, we couldn't tell you. I will say that we see a lot of applicants that start their programs with elementary. However, it's really on your application team to look at the area that you're planning or hoping to locate, or determine an area of need and what that need actually is. So a lot of the programs vary because they're designed to meet the needs of the community, whether that is stronger early elementary programs, stronger middle school programs, or stronger or more specialized high school programs. That is completely up to the area in which you want to locate and the research that you have done to determine what a charter school would best serve in that area. Does anybody want to add to that?
I think it's about, what is the design of your model and what need are you trying to fill? So I think Natalie really addressed this. And so I think, are you trying to meet a need because you have a really innovative middle school model? Or do you have a really innovative K-8 model? Is there high need and demand in your community at the middle school level, or is it at the elementary level? And I think ultimately, it's, you know, it's based on what is your model, what need are you trying to meet, and what, you know, okay, and what are you trying to offer the students in the geographic region of where you're trying to serve and meet student need.
We have another question that has come up, but we need a little bit of clarification. The question is, are there any restrictions for pre-K? And I'm not sure if I understand what the question is asking. So if you could clarify that question so that we can address it, I'd appreciate that. Okay, the clarification is that it's a federally funded program. Are there any guidelines?
So I think with regards to pre-K, so there are state requirements, and then there are some pre-K programs that do receive federal funds, and those federal fund requirements do apply still, just much in the way of the federal requirements for special education still apply to charter schools as well too. I think if you have specific questions about specific programs, you can reach out to us and we can kind of direct you to some resources there that we have here at TEA in order to make sure that as you're designing your pre-K program, you're designing it in mind with any restrictions that might apply to it. But ultimately, different funding sources often direct the types of restrictions that might be in place.
I do see someone with their hand up. I'm not sure if it was by accident, but if it wasn't by accident, if you could just go ahead and type your question into the Q&A and we'll get to it.
We have about 30 folks still on the line. I'm going to put out a last call for questions.
Question came in, is there a resource where I can locate budget managers, payroll, etc.? Who would like to address that?
Sorry, I'm looking at the question.
So we don't provide a resource that connects charter school leaders to personnel who do these type of things. But I will say a resource that you might want to start is reach out to your local ESC. So your local ESCs have a variety of services that they sometimes provide to charter schools that you can take advantage of if you're interested. Those are paid services that you would have to participate in. But sometimes they do back office support for charter schools, things of that nature. But we don't directly connect or provide a list of those resources.
Thank you. There's a question regarding geographical location. How specific do we need to be? For example, is Greater Houston area too broad? John, would you like to cover this, please, and just remind what's required on the cover sheet?
Sure. So I think we should probably distinguish between geographic location and geographic boundaries. So for purposes of your geographic boundaries, those will be your enrollment boundaries. Those have to be, like I said, either you can isolate primary versus secondary, in which you could do like a zip code, but either way, you will be identifying school district boundaries. So either way in your application, you would say, again, Garland ISD, Austin ISD, et cetera. Now for your geographical location, that's a little bit different. That would refer, in my mind, to the community that you want to impact the most. So that might be in your application, you are talking about or describing that that is where you all intend to be located, et cetera, or again, something to this effect. So for geographic boundaries, you will list traditional ISD boundaries. For your geographical location, you can drill down to Greater Houston, to zip codes, to specific communities, et cetera. And I hope that answered your question.
I would also just add and say, you know, when you're talking about potentially where you want to open a school, as specific as you can be, we see the strongest applications are as specific as you can be. And so I would take a look at that ultimately, because that connects to the community need and demand, and it helps you kind of address those areas. Once you make that determination, you know, the geographic boundaries of where you might enroll students to then attend that school can be a little bit broader, but I think also as specific as you can be when identifying those geographic boundaries and the how and the why of that you're including them makes the strongest application. I think ultimately I would also really dive into our criteria in this section so you can have an understanding of what we're looking for. Everything in the application, if you look at the criteria, it tells you what a strong answer will be. So I would definitely review the criteria in that section too, before you guys make any further decisions about where your school might be located and what geographic boundaries you want to include. We have about 25 people left on the line. I'm going to do my second last call for questions. Well, thanks everybody for joining us today. Want to say, you know, as soon as we hang up the Zoom and you think of something else, come to an optional support seminar, attend office hours. We've got multiple opportunities for you to engage with us. If you really want to have some more fun next Friday, you could come back next Friday, but the content that we will be presenting will be the same. This will also be recorded. So if you missed something today or you want to go back and watch it again, I know lots of, you know, fun viewing on your own. This will be on our website. You have our email addresses, you have all the resources, and we look forward to seeing an application from you all in December. And we really get excited about this because this is really our first kickoff to engage with the field as they start new schools. So we're excited about Generation 27 and the applications that we will see in December. Thank you everyone for your time today. We know it was a long day, but we want to make sure that you are as robust and as fully prepared to submit a quality application. Thanks everybody.